that.
No, I mean... Welcome to another video review. I am Max. This is Kat, and we have Chris. You're Mop. How are you?
Good, Max. Thanks for having me. What's up, everyone?
You're more than welcome. I love that idea. I know I didn't think about it before because you are... No! Come on, Kat. No, we can't spend 5 minutes fighting. I have work to do. Now he's biting my leg. It's okay. No. God, we're going to have to review this situation. You can't get mad because you have to work for like 30 seconds. Holy cow. All right. After our classic intermission of Kat just attacking me, we'll dive right in. Right. So this is a series of videos MDD did during Debatecon, and it's Andrew Wilson versus 5 people on some topics that we kind of discussed this last time. They are made specifically so that Andrew Wilson looks good. And this is one of the reasons why I don't really respect him when it comes to debate or his intellectual skill, right? This doesn't look well when you have to put yourself in a situation that is specifically meant so that you would look good. Ale says, man, I want to comment on this video so bad. Ale, if you want, we can have you on for the next one. The next one, I'll do it with you if you want, Ale. All right, let's. I have this set up here. Let me swap. There we go. And share. Anything you would like to say before we start?
Oh, yeah. I mean, so I think you said it. These topics were chosen by Andrew. We didn't know the topics, even right up until we walked up and got on camera. So we had no time to research and think about them. And I can elaborate more as we go, but we were told to kind of be more extroverted to enhance what so we were kind of to play it up. So as these videos get released, you'll probably see me be more and more of a caricature of myself.
Huh, interesting.
Yeah.
I did find it a little bit odd, for example, on the previous video, that they had Mike argue for a position he doesn't really hold because Mike is a Catholic Christian. And I don't know, it was a weird turn, have him defend the
whole story of how Mike came to be part of this is kind of funny. He described it on his channel, like in his go live from Debatecon. But if it's all right, I'll quickly tell you.
Yeah.
So there was supposed to be 5v1, and one person didn't show up, and so there's 4 of us, and then there's James and Andrew, and James is kind of looking for. This is Sunday, so this is day 2 of Debatecon. We're in a private closed studio next to the main debate that's happening next door. And so I had already made friends with Mike from the Drunk Debunk show from the previous night. So we hung out the day before, got to know him. We hung out in the evening time. And so I tell James, I'm like, look, if we need another person, we've got Mike next door. He's he's a YouTuber. He's got his own channel. I can go grab him if you like. And he thinks it over for a second, and James is like, all right, yeah, let's go get him. So we literally just leave the studio. We go next door. We pull him out of of the debate. He's sitting front row, and I don't know who's debating it. Maybe Andrew, not Andrew, because he's with us all day. But anyway, whatever debate's going on, we pull him out of the front row and we ask him, "Hey, you want to participate?" He's like, "Sure, what the fuck?" And so he just gets thrown in, no clue what's going on. And so that's he's only in the first 2 videos. I think this is going to be the last video you're going to see, Mike. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm just looking at
right
here. Yeah. So that's a little backstory on Mike from the Drunk Debunk Show. That's
awesome.
how he got involved.
Thank you for sharing that. Let me say hi. CK says, "What's up, bro? I humbly salute you, bro." Icy Spin also says, "Bruh."
What's up, Icy Spin?
Hey, Lindsay Bow, hello, and everyone. So before we dive right in, wait, check this out. Ragebot says, "It's my birthday today. Beep boop, happy birthday to you." How do bots get birthdays? Is it when they actually get released, or is it when they went on beta for the first time or alpha? I'm interested. Before we do that, make sure to do the social thing is like, share, subscribe, send this to a friend, send this to your significant other, go to the corner, yes, the corner of your street, and yo, subscribe to your mom and share my Mate Talks. And that way we can share the love for the channel. Icy Spin said, software update. Seems fair. All right. Let's dive right in. I skipped the presentation so we don't get spoilers. And I haven't seen this yet. The previous one, I had seen it before. For this one, I'm holding, so you'll get my spontaneous reactions to this. So we'll see.
It's not going to be good. All right. I'll give you some context as we go to some of the other debaters here.
Especially the one at the end. That guy was wacky as hell.
Yeah, that's quite a popular guest. Yeah.
All right.
My name is Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible, popular entertainment channel on YouTube. And today I'm going to be debating 5 different people on 5 different topics for 5 minutes. My next topic is rights don't actually exist, only force.
No, for fuck's sake. The premise is all fucked up from the start. We use force to enforce the adjudication and the security of those rights, but the rights definitionally exist. If we agree that human rights exist, even if they're just a conceptual abstraction, they exist, Andrew. You are dumb.
Let me tell you. So we were doing shortest straw to see who goes first because we couldn't actually hear what he said. So he's on the other side of the studio and filming that intro. And so we're getting called up and we don't really know. You're going to see a bunch of people say, like, could you repeat the premise? Could you repeat your statements? Because that's what we didn't even hear it. So, yeah, so we're going to sit, a lot of us just sit down and we don't even know what we're debating.
Yeah. Okay. Mark Reed said the exact same thing as I did. They exist as a social construct. Yeah.
Oh, and it's so easy in hindsight.
So, right.
Yeah. But when you're in the moment, it's brutal to...
This is a great point, Mark. America doesn't exist in reality. That is a social construct too. I agree. That is a great observation. Thank you. Alice says the premise has no value. Rights do not exist, only force. Okay, let's agree. Therefore, what? He isn't saying anything. Everyone knows rights don't physically or objectively exist. Yeah, this is just one of his. This is why I say Andrew Wilson is dumb, and we got into a discussion with John about the competency of Andrew Wilson as a debater, and these are the things that made me say, yeah, he's just a sophist, a rhetorician. He has nothing of value to say ever.
Rights don't exist.
That's correct.
Do you mind elaborating for me? Just
yeah.
What you mean?
Well, can you taste a right, touch it, smell it?
No.
So these are.
Can you taste God, touch it, smell it? You're such an idiot. This premise invalidates your whole fucking religion, you absolute douchebag. Right? Did anyone push back on him on that? If we're taking this standard as actually existing, then your God doesn't exist?
I don't think
No
so.
one?
I don't think so.
Strange.
Just conceptual.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me add. I'm going to add a self-defeat counter because he's just self-defeated. He just said they're just concepts, meaning they exist. So self-refutation. Okay, do we have it here? Yes. There we go. Self-refute counter. We're already starting off really well.
So then they don't exist?
Should we not act as if they do, though?
That's not the question, though.
That's fair.
We can move to that. I'm fine with that. But we need to establish they don't exist, right?
I'm tempted to agree with you up front. Yeah, they probably don't.
So anytime you say that a person has a right or a human right or this type of right, what you're really saying is that there should be some type of force doctrine which is applied in maintaining that a person can and always will be allowed to do X.
You want to know the funny thing about this? None of this is different under Christianity. Under Christianity, you have rights because God gave them to you, and you still have to enforce them with force, with violence.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the premise that at the end of every law or protection of your rights is a gun, to be fair, right? So
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, it makes absolutely no difference whether you're in a secular government or even a Christian government. It's the same. Even if when the rights are given to them by God, as they would claim, you still have to enforce them because there will be people who will infringe on those rights. This is just the way it is.
No, having the benefit of hindsight, I think the whole thing here is that he conflates rights with laws, right? So it's one thing it's kind of like free speech versus compelled speech. And so, I don't know. So he is going to argue that he can enforce his beliefs with a gun, but he conflates the human rights with, which is really just, you're not allowed to take this from me, and we're going to protect someone's rights with a gun against, I can impose my laws on you. So I'm probably explaining that poorly, but if we continue on, you might see what I mean.
Okay.
All right.
So, sorry, I just want to understand your position better, so I'm going to pivot a little bit. Like, you're Christian, if I understand. So, aren't rights kind of fundamental to you?
Depends on who you ask. I mean, I've seen people say he's not a true Christian, and he says that other people are not true Christians. So it always depends on who you ask.
Your belief, or do you? No. Okay.
No, duties are fun. So
Duties.
to me, a right is it's an entitlement absent a duty.
Okay.
That's what I would consider a right to be. So, like, you have a right to vote, right?
Yes.
Okay, do you have to vote?
No.
Okay, you have a right to own a gun,
Right.
but do you have to own a gun?
Right.
You have a right to speech, but do you have to, right? So there's no duties with these entitlements, right?
Okay.
Since there's no duties with these entitlements, there's entitlements, period.
Mhm.
But what you're really saying when you grant a right or when you say my rights, you're talking about force, because it's always going to reduce to force upholding a right, no matter what.
No. You only are reduced to force when someone tramples those rights.
Yeah, but to be fair, that's what
people
he's
just
saying, no?
go about their day, you don't have to. Like, if someone doesn't infringe on your rights, then you don't have to do anything. And again, I keep going back to the point of this is not different under Christianity. So what's the point? Wild.
So basically everything inside of a society which is secular, right? It's just really, we're just always talking about force.
So you think that duties are objective in some sense, though? I guess I am genuinely a little confused by where we're going with this.
Yeah.
that part is baffling because I've heard them talk about duties, about duty to have a family and this and that, and they say, oh, all of these things are biblical when they're not. Like Jesus literally said, leave your family and follow me. Christianity is not a family, a religion for family. It's a religion about worshiping God. And if your kid disobeys you, you should punish them. And if your family does not believe, you should abandon them. So I don't know where they get all of this shit about the duties and all that bullshit. That is just asinine. Big Fish says, agree, Max, the rights are granted and the force is used if the rights are violated. And Mark said, well, it depends. Social construct theory sort of says that we make an agreement with the state and withhold our rights as part of that contract. Yep.
Just saying that a right is an entitlement absent a duty.
Okay.
It just means that we're not telling you have to do something. We're just giving something to you instead.
And let me remind you, we're talking about human rights, which I feel that he doesn't really like them too much. I guess he feels that they're unfair and that there are people who should have more rights, because he said it before. He said that not everyone should vote. And I think, this is conjecture, but I think that not everyone actually means if you disagree with me, then you shouldn't vote. Which is a very slippery slope.
Okay. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that because this is the case, right, what really it comes down to in a secular nation is force. What we're arguing about fundamentally.
And also in a Christian nation. So that self-refuting counter dings. I wish I could add like a sound effect and just like hit a button, add one, and play a sound. I'll see if I can do that sometime.
Fundamentally is force. So I think secularists, right, when they're talking about rights, they want Christians to enforce their rights. They're actually asking us and requesting that we use force on their behalf.
It's more to protect our rights, but not to enforce them. But
yeah, no one is asking the Christians anything. We actually have to ask you historically, like, hey, maybe you shouldn't be go around killing people. And that's why our modern societies all have moral systems that are way better than Christianity's. Because, for example, we don't stone adulterers anymore. So, I'm so, yeah, I'll just do it. I'm tempted. Again, ding.
So how, I guess, paint this picture for me in a Christian nation. I'm assuming you're proposing this to criticize secular nations.
Do women have the right to an abortion?
Maybe not in the objective sense, but I would say yes.
Yeah. Okay. So in this constructed sense of rights, a woman should be allowed to get an abortion, right?
Yeah.
Yes. What if Christians try to stop her?
Now, okay. This is about the interaction of rights. If Christians try to stop her, why should what they perceive as their right to, should that supersede the woman's will? You can't justify it in any sensible way. You can't justify that. You can just say that, but abortion is immoral. Okay. If someone still wants to get an abortion, they should be able to. I think it's more immoral to bring a child which you can't care for into the world. Between having an abortion and having a child that you literally cannot support, I think the moral choice is to not have the child. I don't know. They will call me a bunch of stuff for thinking and saying that. But it is that what they want. What this conversation boils down to is we don't want you to have your rights. we want the right to oppress you. That's what I feel they want. What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, I think that's what's you're going to see that more and more as this conversation goes on. You're going to see Andrew. It's less about rights and it's more about his ability, or not his, but Christians' ability to impose their laws on top of your rights. It's two different things.
Yeah. The problem I have with is that it's not the Christian laws. It's just whatever arbitrary thing they could scrounge up, because even they do not follow the morality of the law. And I've said this when I reviewed the video the last time. Andrew Wilson will say, I get my morality from the Bible, and that can only be the Old Testament. That's where the moral claims in the Bible are. And then Andrew Wilson will, in the same breath, say, oh, yeah, but that's Jewish morality. I use Christian morality, which is the morality of Jesus.
Oh, dude, I forget if it was the previous set of the set of topics or it was this video, but I missed that opportunity to where he basically said the exact same thing. He was like, oh, yeah, I get my ethics from the 10 Commandments. And then he, in the same breath, said something like, oh, I don't adhere to the Old Testament. I was like,
yes, correct.
How did I miss that opportunity to call him out on that? I don't know.
Yeah. And it's like, oh, I go by the morality of Jesus, which is that the 10 Commandments. That's the thing that you just discarded. You're dumb.
Right.
This is, I get real flat earther vibes with Andrew Wilson. Like, seriously. Because some of the arguments that he makes are perfectly equivalent to some of the dumb shit flat earthers say. Like, and that's why we have a self-refute counter, because that's a lot of what Andrew Wilson does.
I think he believes a lot of what he says, and I think he realizes also, he's not stupid. He realizes that there's a contradiction there, and I think he just relies on not getting called on it in that instance.
Exactly. Yeah, I was sad the other day that he came on and we couldn't continue, but I had that ready to go. Unfortunately, I'll try to reach out, see if I can talk to him.
I mean, I think that's wrong.
Yeah, but they don't think she has that right.
Right.
That entitlement, right?
Right.
So it just reduces to force. So really what secularists are saying is like, we will use force against you and against your beliefs, right? Or if there's a draft, like let's say they draft Christians, right? Same thing. They want Christians to utilize force on their behalf.
Again, hold on, because I need to fact check this real quick. How many countries have military draft?
And we had the draft here in the United States well before I was born. But it's not just drafting Christians; it's just drafting American men.
Correct. And of course, it's a sort of case of emergency kind of a thing. I'm completely against the draft.
Oh, the American military is 100% voluntary for my entire life, and I'm 43.
Yeah. So right now there are 60 countries which have conscription, and in which you can be forcefully drafted, which I completely disagree.
Yeah,
you guys need to watch Andrew's debate on why letting everyone vote is a terrible idea. Yes. I don't know which one you're referring to specifically, but you can email me here the link if you want, and we can definitely save that one for a later time. Or you can find me on Discord as mxxxd.dj. No, sorry, mxxxd.uy.
Rights themselves just come down to the idea of force.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out, because we are tight on time, like what the point we're getting at is, because I don't see how this would
that you don't have any rights.
And that's
so
fine.
When you say my rights, right, the Christians are trying to attack my rights. That's all fucking fictitious imagination nonsense.
But
you mean like when you talk to your imaginary friend, that's all fictitious nonsense also? Ooh. Sorry.
That was low,
That-
Matt. Matt,
We
that was low.
have to ding you.
That was a low blow.
So sorry. He says stupid shit. He's
I know.
going to get dinged.
Does that stop being fictitious if we operate under a Christian framework? Like, I agree with you that rights
Great
are
question.
arbitrary in some sense.
Completely fictitious and made up.
And if that's the ultimate point, if there's no
So
further
if it is
points,
the
then-
case that I'm supposed to enforce your rights because you use force, why can't I enforce Christianity using force?
well, I don't think you can enforce someone to.
Because, that kind of goes against some of the stuff that Jesus taught. Did you know that? Probably not.
I still think the main issue here is that he keeps conflating enforcing rights with protecting rights,
Correct.
and
Yes.
and I don't think anyone calls him on that. It's gonna get worse, but you'll see.
All right.
believe something. That's I don't.
Yeah,
I
but
don't see how
Christian
you do that.
ethics. Why couldn't I use Christian ethics and you?
Because you don't have, that doesn't exist. Christian, if you want to talk about something that doesn't exist, talk about Christian ethics. The morality of the Bible is just appalling. And then consider the fact that, okay, let's say you don't think the morality of the Bible is appalling, like Andrew Wilson would say. Why is it that we don't use it anymore? Because stoning people to death for cheating is maybe potentially just a little bit immoral. So we've moved way past the morality of the Bible, and this dumbass still hasn't been informed.
I think I call him on that, but I forget. I conflate a bunch of different videos. I forget where I said what. We'll see.
Yeah, it happens all the time when
Yeah, I
when
mean, there's
you
five.
say-
There's five of these at least. There might be more than five. I think we debate Andrew on four different topics, and then Rachel on 2 or 3. So we'll see. Those videos still to come.
Huh, okay.
Use force to enforce Christian ethics if you can use force to enforce my rights.
Well, you can,
Right.
but we have to have a conversation about whether
Right,
or not
you
that's
can.
the right thing to do. It's all arbitrary, though. I think whether it's coming from a Christian side or a
So if
secular
it's
side
all
is-
arbitrary, right, then
Right.
why can't I get a bunch of men together with machine guns to go and enforce my ethics? If you can get a bunch of men with machine guns to come enforce my rights.
I mean, again, I agree.
The other thing is he's viewing this, he's framing this from like a tribalistic world, not the global world that we have today. He's like, oh yeah, we get together with my drinking buddies and we all grab our machine guns and we are the rule of law. It's like, motherfucker, that doesn't work that way. Oh my god. All the ortho bros with the machine guns. He's like, we are Parliament! And then they go, Marianne, get me another beer and make sure it's cold this time, bitch.
With you, we could do that. I think we would agree that's probably not the best way to handle it.
I'm not
though,
sure
so
that I would agree that it's
Oh,
not the
okay.
best way to handle it. I think
that's
that
a shame with 30
I-
seconds left.
yeah, I
Okay.
think that if there's a pushing, for force in order to uphold things that you can, social constructs in your mind
Mhm.
that you think should be upheld via force, then even if Christianity is a lie, why shouldn't we do the same damn thing?
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to answer that with
Okay.
15 seconds, but that's a good one. I appreciate it, man.
I appreciate it.
Oh no, here's Mike.
Everyone, let's clap it. Yeah, woo! Mike, Mike.
Oh God, this is totally my fault. He's in this situation.
You're a bad
Oh,
friend.
God. All right, let's just split it.
Bad friend. Bad.
Bad friend. Oh, this is not his. Yeah, go Mike. Yeah.
Yeah, go Mike.
All right, let's let it play out.
It's
It's,
okay.
it's not
It's
going to
okay.
end well for Mike.
It doesn't matter. We love you.
Yeah, we love him. It's all good.
Oh, sorry.
Hey,
How are you?
good.
So, can you elaborate on the rights don't exist? They are enforced.
Yeah, the idea here is that if a right is an entitlement absent a duty, that force will be employed on behalf of upholding this completely social construct, nonsense doesn't exist thing, right? And you can appeal to this social construct doesn't exist nonsense thing in order to utilize force, then I can do the exact same thing, even if you think Christianity is a lie.
Poor Mike.
Mike's face. Sorry. That's a nice freeze frame. Again, like the same problems with this thing. He's still thinking about that countries are ruled with your drinking buddies, and you just make up a group of Christians and then you're ruling a country. No, we have to contend with the fact that we are all here right now. So we have to make laws and rights and rules that would apply to the majority. And the great thing when you have a secular worldview is that if you think that same-sex marriage is immoral, don't marry a person of your same sex. If you think that abortion is immoral, don't get an abortion. If you think that alcohol is immoral, just don't drink. If you think drugs are immoral, you don't do drugs. The thing is that other people don't have the same judgment. So we make rules for everyone. And if you don't want to have an abortion, you just don't. It's very easy. I don't know why they have such a big problem with that. It's not like we're legalizing murder, right? It's just why.
I think that's the huge part of this whole conversation is enforcing your beliefs on someone else, and
yes,
again, that gets skipped over, and unfortunately, but that's Andrew's whole contention here. Is he keeps insisting that he should be able to enforce his beliefs on the population by force, and that's fine, but that's different from protecting someone's rights, which is the complete opposite. So you don't get to enforce, you don't get to take away, or you don't get to use force to take something away from me.
Kudos to Andrew's openness for not getting emotional and yelling like most do. Wait, did you not see the debate with Mark Reed? Like, he does get emotional. He gets more emotional than a lot of people I know.
Wait, did they mean Andrew's opponents? Kudos.
Oh, well, sorry. Fuck, I'm so fucked. On the flip side, if you think PDF is moral, then it is now. Even though morality is subjective, we can make moral prescriptions like PDF being immoral intersubjectively, which is okay. I mean, you can say that you think it's immoral. It doesn't change the consensus. Sorry. Sorry, I skipped a word for some reason.
That's all right.
All right, I got to concede real quick.
I'm
so sorry.
We're not even a minute in,
Mike. This topic right here. All right, I'm sorry. Thank you.
No problem.
That's the last you're going to see of Mike.
Oh.
I know. I feel like I set him up.
Oh, Mike. That was good, though. That was
he went to James after this, and he was like, dude, this is not me. Like politics and religion is just not what he'd be much better at, like debating flat earth or some conspiracy, but this was not his world. I didn't take that into consideration. I thought, he was a very charismatic person. He was next door. We had just hung out the night before. I was like, let's go get Mike. We need one more. Mike's right next door. Let's go get him. And I didn't even take into consideration that this is not his world.
CK said, Wilson says, if other people force beliefs, why shouldn't he be able to do the same, which doesn't make it right? Yes, and also he's reduced this situation so much that is in such limited scope that it's good for nothing. This discussion is like absolutely pointless.
Hello.
Oh, so this is the Indian Jesus. So
Indian Jesus, yes.
Yeah. We could probably get him on the channel with you.
Yes, I did see his. I did notice him on the last debate, and I saw he has a channel and that kind of stuff. So
yeah,
I still haven't reached out, but I will try to talk to him. The character is really funny. Indian Jesus, it's a great character.
He's cool. I mean, he's conservative, but he's a fair dude. And I have his email if you want to connect. I can connect you.
Oh, awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you vote to make it legal, then it's legal. Yeah, but legal does not mean moral, right?
Right.
Let me think. Which thing? I'm trying to think of something that's illegal. Oh, well, sorry. I'm trying to think of something that is immoral, but it's legal. Let's say cheating on your spouse. Yeah, that's immoral. It's technically not illegal because you don't go to jail or anything. You might get a divorce. But yeah, you're making. Ale told you before that you're confusing legal with moral. They're not the same thing. In general, we make things legal or illegal based on if we consider them moral or immoral. But there's not always like that correlation. That you could find stuff that you would think it's immoral, but it's legal. And I mean, going through history, you can find those. There's been massive coup d'etats in countries which have been absolutely legal. Doesn't make them right, doesn't make them moral.
I agree about the fact that rights don't exist and it's only force. But I have a strong feeling that the next step in your conclusion of why you're saying this, we would disagree on. So what is the point of that?
Okay. You agree with me that a right is a social construct
Yes.
that doesn't exist in
No.
objective reality, that is completely made
Yes.
up? None.
Oh. Yeah, let's just ding him again. Because you just contradicted yourself. You said rights are a social construct. And there's a word there that's doing a lot of heavy lifting. Rights are. So when you say rights are, you just invalidated your whole premise. Because if rights are, that means they exist, even if it's a conceptual abstraction and there is no physical manifestation of the rights. Andrew, words have usages and meanings. They are important. So again, another self-refutation. He's so dumb. I honestly do not get why he's so popular. Do you have any insight on that, Chris? Why do you think Andrew Wilson is so popular?
Oh my God. He's controversial. I think that's all there is to it. Yeah, he's controversial, and he's unabashedly controversial.
Yeah,
yeah,
I agree.
It's just it's not in my nature to be that way. I don't know. I don't know if it's an act for him, but
could be. Yeah,
I think that's what makes him so popular. And of course, he's good. I'm sure he works hard. To at whatever he does, his talking points. He probably is well rehearsed, but I think the controversial aspect of his personality is what makes him famous.
Interesting. Yeah, Whitsitt also rehearses his little word salad rants. It doesn't mean that they have any kind of value. I agree, and I think that it's also I think very specific to the U.S. that you have a society that is still pushing those Christian values and a heavily religious society. In my country, people like Andrew Wilson are just relegated to the corners of society, right?
Yeah,
my country, Andrew Wilson is a dumbass.
I'm gonna add to what I just said. I'm gonna say what he says also resonates with a lot of people, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that part I understand.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just the U.S. for some reason is very hesitant to get with the times.
Yeah. Well, there's a huge percentage of the U.S. is still very religious, as is Andrew. So,
Steve says, "What country is that? Uruguay. My country has 45% people atheist, 45% religious. So, yep."
Can you appeal to it and use force?
And what do you mean?
If somebody is obstructing your right to do X thing,
Mhm.
right? Does that give you now something to appeal to in order to have force used to enforce that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you made some bullshit up and then said, well, if
Let's turn it around on you, okay? So you have this imaginary friend, and I think that Andrew Wilson would love to have blasphemy laws again. So now you're telling me that you have problems with human rights, like the most basic of all rights. But if I insult your little imaginary friend, you would have me flensed or executed or whatever, right?
you cross this threshold for this, we're going to use force against you. So if it is the
That's how
case that
civilization works. We
yeah,
make
so if
stuff
it
up
is
and
the
then we follow
case,
the stuff
hang
that
on,
we
hang on.
make
So
up.
if it is the case that Christianity is false, who cares? I'm going to appeal to it and use force. What's the problem?
I mean, from the perspective of rights, nothing.
Yeah, from the perspective of
But-
anybody, nothing. You're doing the same. So
From the perspective of truth, that you don't.
Yes, because that's the only thing that you can do. There is literally no other system of government or living or anything that is more fair than the democratic system we have all over the West. Can you think of a better system than this, Andrew? Because this works exactly the same in Christianity, and I don't know why it's such a big problem.
Alejandro, yeah, I agree. I think the Indian Jesus did well overall. Yeah, exactly.
Don't have anything to base what you're saying on.
no, you're at the same problem, right? This thing
I
that
agree.
you're
I
appealing
agree.
to
I'm
isn't
very open about the fact that I don't know
the thing
this,
you're
that, or the
appealing
other.
to isn't
You're the one saying you have the
yeah, the
answers.
thing that you're appealing to isn't true. Yeah.
Same. I agree.
So if that
I
is
think
the
the thing that
case-
you're appealing to
Isn't
doesn't
true.
exist,
Yeah. So
right?
so if that is the case, then like I said, it really is just reducing to force. The arbitrary thing that
I
we just
agree.
made
Well,
up,
then
I get
why
to
aren't-
use force.
So why are we sitting here discussing instead of fighting?
Because right now the ability to use force is on your side.
How so?
Because
The ability to use force is on the state side. In general, the only right people have allowance to enforce themselves is self-defense. A republic where not everyone gets to vote. That's not a republic, but okay. I mean, you would have to go to ancient Greece to find a republic where not everyone gets to vote. Oh, that was Mark, not Max. I'm sorry. My eyes are really bad today. I'm reading like a toddler.
my rights that you would appeal to are enforced via the law of the land. And so the force doctrine right now, the appeal is on your side. So the system which we have to work within is dialogue based, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But if it was reversed, right, you would be in the same exact, you'd have the same exact problem. We would appeal to this thing you consider to be fictitious. The force is now on our side. We could just, I don't know, say, well, you can't talk at all because we got all the force.
You could, but
Yeah.
You mean like what happens when Christians are in power? You know, Middle Ages, the Spanish Crown, the Inquisition. Yeah, I think we just stick with the system that we have right now, to be perfectly fair. We're not going back. Because that's what happens when Christians are in power. You're not allowed to talk. You're not allowed to blaspheme. And that kind of stuff. So, I mean, there's people talking about trying to bring back blasphemy laws into the U.S. Like the Derpling we saw the other day on the Mehdi Hassan debate. He wants blasphemy laws back. So I couldn't say right now in this forum, in this that I consider my own house, I shit God, I shit on God, or I fuck Jesus, or whatever nasty thing I would like. I have the right to say. They would like to cut it off. And I have no problem because I'm in freaking Uruguay. No one's going to do anything to me. But it is a troubling thought that they would want to go back to such an archaic law like blasphemy laws. That is just wild.
Yeah, there are parts of the first world that are leaning that way.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah.
I honestly don't get it. But then you have like, I was thinking the other day of some facts, like a lot of us from outside of the US see the US as a bastion of freedom and democracy and all of that. Uruguay abolished slavery 40 years before the US. 40! 4 decades.
Wow. Didn't know that.
Yeah. Uruguay was secular from the inception of the country. Public schools have always been secular, public, secular, and mandatory. Those are the 3 pillars of education in Uruguay.
The same in the States, for argument's sake, in theory.
Yeah, in theory.
In theory.
Yeah, but then when they cry about, for example, they're taking the 10 Commandments from our schools. He's like, yo, okay, yeah, teach them at home. It's not like, because you have in that public school that you want the 10 Commandments, you have Christians, you have Jews, you have Muslims, you have seculars. So why even bother? If you want to teach your kids the 10 Commandments, teach them at home, send them to church. There are ways to do this stuff.
There are separate schools. There are Catholic schools here. So if you're very hardcore religious, you can send your kid to a religious school throughout the entire education. But public school here is very secular. Let me just say that for the record.
Yeah, but that's the way it should be, because it has to cater to. Nope. You are wrong. Uruguay was founded as a secular nation.
No, I don't see where that gets us. Yeah, you could, if you have the might, then you could do whatever you want.
Because there's no way, in your view for you to say that that's in any way, shape, or form problematic, because it's the same thing you're doing.
Right.
Yeah. So if Christians take over the entire country, utilize force doctrine, and then say you can never talk
like
again.
Islamists will.
Yeah, and say you can never talk again. If they did, I'm saying if they did, right, and say you can never speak again on this topic, you can't actually tell me why that's in any way wrong, because it's the same thing you do.
Right, but we have these social constructs, and then we adhere to them. So we can have the conversation that it would be wrong for us to punch each other here, because we are here for a debate where we have established that we want to talk about things.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
yeah. So.
Exactly. So what?
So I'm saying if you're appealing to,
if you decided that you actually didn't want to do that and you did want to punch me, there's nothing I could do to stop you. So
there is. You can use force.
I mean, I'm a little dude. So.
But the point is like you can use force, whether you're a little dude or a big dude, or.
But I'm saying.
No, again, the monopoly of the use of force is in the state, not the people.
Yeah.
He just loves to get dinged. It's like, what's it?
Outside of that, I agree with you.
So there is no outside of that.
I'm not right. I agree with you. That's why I'm not understanding why this is
because what I'm saying is that for when atheists say Christians shouldn't be in power because of my rights, what they're really saying is Christians shouldn't be in power because we will use force for this arbitrary made up bullshit that we like, and we don't want them to do anything about it. So if that is the case, then in the reverse, we can appeal to the same thing.
Right. And so that's exactly the same thing that you're appealing to with the rest of the Western secular world when it comes to Sharia law. That, well, we have these things that we believe and we like, and we don't want you to come and use force.
Yeah, but you can't tell them why that's bad because you're doing the same thing.
Again, I agree with you.
In fact, what I'm saying is that you're practicing your own form of Sharia law. It's your own form of Sharia law. I made up a bunch of values.
What a dishonest piece of trash. What a douchebag. No, human rights are not Sharia law, you absolute doofus mongoloid. Oh my God, like he really said that. How? How do people think that he's smart, that he's articulate and that kind of stuff? How? How do people not realize he's just a slimy scumbag? He really just said, rights are Sharia law.
Yeah, again, he keeps conflating imposing his own laws or his own beliefs with protecting someone's rights. They're two separate things.
I'm sad John isn't here right now, but I will clip that and send it over to him. Like, see, this is why I think Andrew Wilson is dumb. Look at the shit he's saying. Like, when it comes, we have three things. We have secularism, Christianity, Sharia, Islam. Out of the group of three, the ones that are more similar to each other are Christianity and Sharia law, because they have the same basis, right? You know what? That gets you 10. That is just too stupid to count one. So here we go. 6. No.
We're closing
416. That might be a little bit too much. So yeah, you just get 10 dings for just being absolutely ridiculous.
I appeal to them, and I'll use force to uphold them.
Why is that a bad thing?
To uphold them. I'm not the one who makes the claim Sharia law is bad. That would be atheist, right?
I mean, yeah, but
You do make the claim that Sharia law is bad. You do make the claim that Sharia law is bad. Otherwise, you would be a Muslim. And if you had to choose between a secular society and a Muslim society, I, without a shadow of a doubt, know that you will choose a secular society. You will not choose Sharia law. 100% confirmed. I have zero doubt. I have no evidence, but I have no doubt.
I'm pretty sure I called him on that. It might have been in the previous video. It might be in this one. I guess we'll see.
that's specific, not because of the fact that it's force and rights are conceptual, because of what the actual tenets of it are.
What do you mean?
You disagree with
Sharia? Don't you think
law,
all
right?
the tenets are made up?
Yes.
Then then it's the same thing.
Okay, but if I made up that Spider-Man has the best suit is yellow,
Yeah,
I still made that. You could agree or disagree with that.
Oh, we have a... Oh, yeah, you're definitely an Andrew Wilson fan. So wait, hold on. Let me show you the interaction. Mark said this. He strawmans his opponent's worldview, then claims that he is using their worldview. And Steve, who is a little derpling, said this. He's not. He thoroughly understands the logical entailments of their worldview. Do you hear yourself? Do you hear yourself? Like, he doesn't. All he can do is strawman and play, like, literally stupid word games just so he can get a point across. Like, didn't you see? Go and watch the debate between Andrew and Mark. All he did was play games. One game after another. When he's losing, he dodges to another. Yeah, I watch him all the time. Yeah, you should maybe watch someone else to compare, because Andrew Wilson has nothing of value to say ever.
So what?
So they made up a thing. You made up a thing. I made up a thing, and we could all.
So it all reduces to force.
Yeah.
So you have no leg to stand on to tell people who have Sharia law that it's bad.
I think we agreed too much on this, man. I don't know why we're fighting.
Oh no.
You two. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
That's
It's been about 20 minutes.
Oh God. Bad. Look at my fat suit. Guys, can you tell him? Can you guys tell I wore a fat suit to Debatecon? Chat, can you tell? That's me. Yeah.
Sorry, I got tangled. Right. Let's see how this went.
It's not
Yeah.
good.
So
I missed you.
yeah, likewise.
Oh,
We
boy.
might agree too much on this topic, but I think that's okay. We don't have to disagree on everything, right? So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, your position is people are not entitled to.
Oh, I love this. I'll clue you in. Oh, that's adorable. His goal is to prove the secular worldview is illogical. Do you know that comes from a man who has an imaginary friend in the sky? Right? Right? So he uses it against them. Andrew Wilson, all he does is play scummy tactics. They don't, Andrew Wilson, Rachel Wilson, Jim Bob, Jake, the Australian moron, the one that says that he's a lord, and his argument is like literally stupid because he just bought a gimmick of the internet and now claims that he is a lord. So yeah, like these people are absolute morons.
Yeah,
Oh,
Alejandro, this is
Look at that. Do you believe in imaginary rights? Yeah, they're called concepts. They're called abstractions of human thought. You're so dumb. And now I know why you're a Wilson supporter, because you're dumber than them.
Other people's.
Oh, sorry. Specs member for 1 month sent a membership message. Next episode, Wilson versus 5 olive jars. Oh, so made up stories. Oh, little Derpling, like the only reason why I'm not challenging you to debate right now is because I have a guest. But you're begging for it. You're literally begging for it.
Services, would you agree?
No,
You
that's
disagree?
not what I'm saying.
Okay, so elaborate on
Yeah.
your
So I'm saying that anything from the atheist worldview, anything, right, that's outside of complete natural mechanisms is arbitrary and made up and non-objective, including their belief that Christianity is completely made up or Islam is completely made up. They think all these things are completely made up. The problem is that the things that they appeal to, human rights, human dignity, right? That's all completely made up too from their view.
Definitionally incorrect. Because if we agree that every human has the right to life, that intrinsically exists. The agreement exists. So again, self-refuting again. That's 17. This is bad.
So if it's the case that they'll defend those things with force, what leg do they have to stand on to say that Muslims or Christians can't defend their values also with force?
Oh, God,
God.
what a pause.
That's you going out for revenge. Wait. Oh, look at this interaction. That's lovely. Wait, no, not this one. Is the US where? Fuck me. Well, okay, let's show this one. Is the US is the US made up? And then Steve, who is not very smart, said, I can walk on its land, so no. Now, let me show you this. Let's go to Google. And let's do this. North America geographic map. Ha! There we go. Okay. Share this tab. Huh. Steve. It's almost like we arbitrarily decided this is where America stops and Mexico begins. In reality, the Earth doesn't have a designation. Like the US does not objectively exist. We agree the US exists, right? So again, this is a stupid point This is a literally stupid point. The same way that we agree that the US exists and that you need this little booklet to get on a plane that's called a passport. The fact that we agree on that, there is no objective requirement for you to have to show a passport or an ID or anything really to go to another country. It's just things that we agree on because we need to, there are some administrative things that we need to keep up the modern world, which, I mean, if we hadn't done that, if we were just like tribesmen and we hadn't organized ourselves, we wouldn't be doing this awesome thing that we're doing right now, in which I'm sitting in my house in Uruguay, Chris is sitting in his house in the US, and we are broadcasting for the whole world. Those are the things that require that are required to make a functioning society. So yes, concepts, we agree, we conceptualize things that do not objectively exist. But the fact that we conceptualize them is not that it turns them into material stuff. It's just, it makes them real. We have rights because we agree we have rights. Another self-refuting nonsense. This is just exhausting.
Let me just address Alejandro real quick. He said, I barely recognized you. He said, at you are mocked. I barely recognized you there. You look so much thinner in your camera. Like how? ? Didn't mean it as an insult, by the way. Just baffled by it. Yeah, no, I'm about 45 pounds heavier back when this was filmed. I lost a lot of weight. I'm in shape now.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Let's see.
I'm like 205 in this video, and I'm about 165 in real life now on camera.
Cool. Oh, Steve. See, this is the kind of question that gives me the warrant to say that Andrew Wilson is dumb, because this is something that he would literally ask. Steve, you're super confused. You have no idea what we're talking about. You have no idea about this topic. And you're just spurring out, Steve.
Defend their values with force.
Yeah.
So wait, so you think that it's okay to bomb a church because that's their values? Is that they think?
No, what I'm saying is that if it is the case that the only thing you're appealing to is something which is made up, and saying we made it up but we really like it, so we was forced to defend it, then you can't really go out to after a religion that you think is made up, who appeals to this made up thing, and uses force, because it's the same thing you're doing.
No, but that is the doctrine of Islam and Christianity, and previously is to enforce your religious beliefs by force.
That's the doctrine of the atheists now.
Atheism doesn't have a doctrine. Atheism.
Very good. Very good. That is a scammy tactic. Sorry. Atheism is a religion. Ragebot says, Gatorano, want to keep some of my sanity today. LOL, have fun. I hope you have an awesome rest of your birthday and that you eat very nice food and cake. I don't know. Do bots eat cake?
Is beliefless, right? So
then what do you appeal to?
I just reject your Santa Claus.
So then what do you appeal to for the use of force?
Well, at the end of
the consensus, the agreement of humans, the intersubjective. I don't know why they have such a problem with that.
I think I say logic and reasons where I appeal to. I think that's
But for example, on the other day when he was debating Mark, a lot of his Andrew's argument was like, oh, Mark is the ultimate arbiter of truth, and that's false. And that's false. So when people like Steve say, oh no, Andrew Wilson uses your arguments against them, and when he says that, he's wrong, because I don't believe that I'm the ultimate arbiter of truth or of morality. I believe that I'm one of the participants in that discussion, but it involves all of society. In general, we do those things by country, by city potentially, or depending on your local laws. But in my sphere of influence, I can influence the laws of my country. So I don't think abortion is immoral. So when democracy gave us the opportunity to have that and vote, I voted for the legalization of abortion, and we won. So it's not about atheists being themselves personally the ultimate arbiter of morality. It's just that we have to agree. No, for fuck's sake, Steve, I just explained this very thing. I just explained it, like just now. The exact question that your dumbass is asking right now is what I just explained. Exactly. And then you don't want me to tell you that you're dumb? And Trump won in the US. While Trump was winning in the US, communism was winning in here in Uruguay. And guess what? Out of the two countries, Uruguay and the US, which one does not have the military on the street right now? I'll let you think that and I'll get back to you, okay? So
Every rule and law is a gun, right?
Yeah. So what do you appeal to? You appeal to
anything.
do you appeal? You don't appeal to rights?
Logic and reason.
Logic and reason.
Yeah.
Are those objectively true?
What is we can get into an hour.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Are those objectively true? No, they're just descriptions of a world where they're conceptualizations. Yeah.
I think I say something like we can get into an hour-long conversation about that stupid question.
I would love to talk to him about that because either logic and reason are... Listen to this. Either logic and reason were created by God and they are subordinate to God, and God can override them at any time, which would kind of mean that God can paradox, which is a very strange thought. But when you tell me that God is omnipotent, then I would be inclined to say that omnipotent includes being able to do things that are not really possible. Like, for example, God could literally make a married bachelor with his omnipotence.
Married bachelor.
So, yes. So that's the definition of omnipotent. Yeah. Omnipotent means omni. Omni means all. If you make one distinction of something that God cannot do, then he's not omni. He's omni minus one. So you either have that situation, which is tricky at best, or, and this is my personal favorite, because Andrew would lose his shit. So either the laws of logic and reason were made by God and they're subservient to God, or they are co-eternal with God, and Andrew Wilson, you just committed shirk, and a Muslim came in and chopped your head off because you just assigned a partner to Allah. That is shirk, my friend. So this is super tricky for him. We can justify the laws of logic and reason as a mere description of the characteristics of our world. I think that the laws of logic are descriptive and not prescriptive. So I would love to have that conversation. It's Probing Time says, I think you'd give Andrew a good run in a debate, maybe even kick his opinionated arse too. I don't know, because it will probably go the same way that Mark refuted Andrew every fucking step of the way, and Andrew just refused to acknowledge. So that's why I think I generally consider him to be on the lower tier of debaters, because being perfectly honest, if I got refuted in a debate, Like if I make a point, say, for example, I don't know, whatever. Let's say I say, okay, this is black, right? You can see this is black. But I say, oh, this is white. And then you come in and you demonstrate, oh, yeah, this is effectively black. Even if that happened during a debate, I would stop bringing up, oh, yeah, because my phone is white. But they do the same thing. I had that same experience with a flat earther today, Sob. He spent an hour asking me the same question over and over and over. And even when I refuted it with 3 separate arguments, 3 distinct refutations of the dumb shit that he was saying, he kept going. And Andrew will do the same thing. Mark asked Andrew, what was it? It's one of the great questions. Oh, yeah. Mark told him, definitionally, you are wrong, because even if we grant you that God is real and you get your morality from God, God is a subject, so God's morality is definitionally subjective. And they won't touch that. They won't touch it. It went unaddressed, completely unaddressed, because they cannot defend it. There's no way around that. And that's how you build a good argument. But they don't know, literally. All right.
A long discussion about objective truth. But I don't appeal to a book that's 1,500 years old. I appeal to logic and reason.
You appeal to a document that's 200 years old.
No, I don't. What document?
The
is that?
Constitution.
Hey, pause it.
I don't.
So what's his name? Oh, Snake Bite TV or something. Someone with a big channel did a review of this also, and they accused me of being doing this fallacy here, like because it's old, it's not necessarily true. It's not true. Am I guilty of that here? Maybe.
No,
right?
I wouldn't say that.
Because I said, why are we appealing to something that's 2,000 years old? And it's just
Right.
because it's old, it's not necessarily bad. Is that a fallacy?
No.
I'm okay if it
No.
is. Like, I'm not trying to.
I wouldn't be inclined to say, in general, new is always better. Because we're always improving. Like we're never, even when it comes to science, morality, ethics, legality, we are in a constant state of flux. So yeah, I think it's a really fair assessment to call it out that the Bible is a 2,000-year-old document, which we don't even have the original. We don't even know what it said, and it has been changed to infinity. And we have moved on from it. So
Yeah, that was kind of my point. The dude Snakebite TV, it's a popular channel, but I think he called me a fallacy generator, which whatever, that's okay.
yeah.
I'm okay with that. It's all good.
I mean, just send him an email and tell him, hey, let go of Andrew Wilson's goose. You're gonna choke it to death. Holy shit, these people are dumb as fuck. Oh, talking about dumb as fuck. Oh. Max is so basic in thought and deed. Hi, by the way. You're such a bitch. You're such a bitch. Like, lady, I could literally out-debate you, or probably any Christian for that matter, while overdosing on heroin and foaming at the mouth. Like, you need to think outside of your little box, Max. You need to think outside of your little box. You know that box in which you live in which you're practically locked in, that you call your house, where your husband has you taking care of the children and serving him unpaid like a slave. You should get out more.
Ruthless.
With this kind of dumb people, every accusation, every statement is a reflection of what they are going through. So, yeah, blessed be he and I have that kind of relationship. She's a bitch. She understands it. Comes, tries to one-up me, gets like shut down immediately. Resets, goes back, serves her family because that's all she does, and then comes back again and goes for it. She has a real humiliation fetish. I think she's attracted to me.
Yeah. I can see that.
You're not free. You're 100% not free. We've been through this. We've been through this. I don't want to rehash that, but yeah, I'll move on. I'll keep ignoring you.
Please, just you pause it in the worst possible place. Continue.
Yeah, you look like you're pooping.
Jesus Christ, Max.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that.
Appeal to the Constitution.
So then you don't think you have a right to speech?
do we have a right to speech? That's a good question.
Funny switcheroo he made there from human rights to the Constitution. It was probably because of the comment that you made of an old document, but the Constitution has been amended, so it's technically not a 200-year-old document anymore. It
True.
has been iterated. It has been iterated many times, and it will probably be iterated again in the future.
Right. Same for the Bible, just not as recently, right?
Just not as recently, correct. The one distinction between the Bible and the Constitution is that we apply all of the Constitution all the time. There are some moral laws in the Bible which we do not apply anymore whatsoever. For example, one of my personal favorites, the trial of the bitter waters. So if a man suspected that a woman had been unfaithful to him and became pregnant, they would administer to that woman some bitter substance that would cause them to have an abortion. So guess what? The Bible is pro-abortion. Imagine that. So if the woman had been unfaithful, the bitter waters would cause an abortion. If she hadn't, then nothing would happen. Another one. Whenever a man had his wedding night with his bride, and if the man suspected that the woman was not a virgin, they could run a test in which they would evaluate the sheets of the bed, and if the woman hadn't bled, then she would be punished as an adulterer. The problem is about 50% of women do not bleed during their first intercourse session. So apparently God didn't know that. God forgot that they made women so that some bleed, some don't. Like, do you want to really talk about, the morality of the Bible? We can talk about that all day. Can I give you one more? One more before.
Go for it.
So, King David, famous King David, made God mad. The details are not important. So, God, in order to punish King David, he basically had his concubines raped in the middle of the day outside of the temple so that everyone could see. So God is a little bit sadistic and, of course, immoral because he punished David by punishing his concubines. What kind of morality is that? Did you know that one? That because I'm pretty sure you knew the other two, but that one is a little bit more obscure.
Steve says I should watch more of Andrew's debates. Yeah, like I said, I didn't even know Andrew back at the time of this filming. This is back in February, but I have watched a bunch of his debates ever since. And he also says, and I want to say this out loud. Where did that go?
Mm-hmm.
Who breaks it down? Damn. Steve, what did you say?
Oh, Stevie's on fire.
Yeah. Nathan Oakley. No. All right, I'll find it. Someone who breaks down Andrew's strategies.
You just think you're free from your fascist demon rats. Max, wake up. What the fuck are you talking about? Holy shit, she's dumb. Yerba Mate Dogs, it's been a living document since its inception. Correct, I agree. Yeah, Steve said you should watch more Andrew debates. No, one per month is enough. I mean,
he says Mind Titans break down Andrew's strategies. Okay.
It's a hazard. It's a hazard. You need to make sure to take care of yourself if you're going to Andrew regularly.
Look, this is not the last we're going to see of Andrew, right? So he's going to be at Debatecon 7, 6, 7, 8, probably. Maybe you'll get your opportunity to debate him eventually, Max.
I mean, I was talking with James when I debated Jim Bob about setting up a debate with Andrew and with Rachel, and I also want to debate that Jake dumbass. But I don't know. James stopped replying to me about setting that up. I need to I need to go to the toilet for just a second, so I'll play it, leave it playing, and I'll be right back.
Sure. In this country, we do, of course, because it's written into law. But
that law is fictitious, right? The actual right
Sure.
is fictitious.
I agree.
But you will use force, right, to protect that right.
That right is enforced by
Force.
at
But
the
it's
end-
made
At
up.
the end of the day, a gun.
Yeah, but it's made up, right?
Yes.
So then, if these guys really, if my religion, let's just say my religion's false.
Yeah.
What leg does anybody have to stand on to say that we can't uphold it with force?
I think because religion wasn't voted into law by the population.
So
So your doctrine, your religious doctrine,
yeah.
no one voted on that.
So
So why should the population be held accountable?
voting
That's a democracy.
is just a construct too.
No. Democracy, right? So no one voted on the Christian doctrine or the Islamic
Democracy is a made up nonsensical construct as well.
doctrine? Not nonsensical.
It's made up, right?
If you want to go down that route, everything is made up.
Right. So if everything is made up and everything is fake and everything is false and
so-
everything's a social construct, including my religion,
Yeah.
but you can use force to uphold your social
There's no
constructs.
social contract. Atheism
The hell is a social contract?
No. Atheism is the absence of belief. So
Oh, great. So things we don't believe in, we use force to uphold.
no, like what?
Whatever it is you use force to uphold, if
Like,
it's an
give me-
absence of
give me an
belief.
example.
Again, the First Amendment,
Go ahead.
right? Perhaps the Third Amendment, perhaps the Fourth, perhaps the Fifth.
Well, elaborate.
Would you use force or enable the government to use force in order to make sure people had due process?
Due process is something that we put into place as a
Uh-huh.
law because it was voted on by the people.
Yeah, but it's still so.
Sorry, I'm back. Another switcheroo. I turned on my speakers, but I couldn't hear everything like detailed from the toilet. Any notes here of what we just heard?
Oh, I could hear it.
No. Any notes? Do you have anything to say about what I
God,
was
no.
saying just now?
No, I'm just glad that we skip over as much as possible. No.
Social
Christian
construct.
doctrine is not voted on by the people.
Let's say that people voted on it then.
That'd be okay.
Then it's fine,
Yes.
even though it's not true.
Correct.
Yeah, but voting in democracy and the idea of democracy, that's just an arbitrary social construct as well.
So are you a communist?
No, but what does that have to do with my point?
Your point is that no one voted on
You know what?
Christian
Here.
ethics.
Yes, I'm a communist.
Right.
I
Is
don't
that
know what-
also a made-up social construct?
No,
oh my
It's
God.
not.
No, it's not.
That's
I don't know what I'm talking about here.
Yeah, that was a weird turn. I don't know where you were going with that.
No, God, no. I don't know.
But this idea of constructs versus reality, right? There are some brute facts, like, for example, my skin is white, and some other people's skins are different colors in all kinds of shades and yada yada. Now, we would call that someone's race in the past, or actually we go sorry, are you okay with just being mediocre? Bitch, you are mediocre. You haven't worked a day in your life. Like, you're a housewife. You're just a breathing machine for your husband. You're not on my level. You're just a moron. Like, seriously. So what I was saying, I forgot. Oh yeah. So out of some, brute facts, then we created this whole construct of human race. When, I mean, there's only one race, which is human, and then you have people with some different phenotypes, right? But when you have a rose, and you have a red rose, and you have a blue rose, and you have a pink rose, and you have a black rose, those are all roses. They're just different color, right? So we can make constructs that are based on some brute physical facts. So all of this is just like pointless, an exercise in futility, I think. What are some of the other topics? Is there something more interesting?
I probably, if I search my ChatGPT history, I probably find them if I can go back that far. Because what's happening behind the scenes is all the people not on stage right now, not being
furiously.
We're furiously searching, Google searching. We're trying to communicate. What did he say? What's the topic? We're trying to, and then we're trying to look up something to say, if we even understood the topic. So yeah, I don't know the rest of the topics, to be honest. Mopped. I'm so confused. Listen, Andrew, it takes time to grasp it. Yeah.
No, it doesn't take time at all.
But dude, I am not a debater. I mean, I have my opinions, but I interview people. That's what I do on my channel. And so,
right.
I got thrown into I volunteered for this, so I'll say that. But yeah, I didn't, like I said, I didn't know who Andrew was. I didn't know what I was getting into as far as this debate. Maybe I'll have the opportunity to do it again. We'll see. I'm sure, I know I'm going to see Andrew again at Debatecon 6. I'm going to be there. He's going to be there. Whoever else is going to be there. FTFE is going to be there.
Yep.
And I'm okay with seeing him and Rachel, and maybe I'm sure I'm going to interview him, because I'm going to try and interview everyone this time after their debate. So I don't know. I was completely unprepared. Not to make excuses. Where's my book of excuses?
No, it's fine. And to be perfectly honest, it's not a skill that you get. Just
Witt was there. Yes, Witt was there.
Like, you don't get it through osmosis. It's something that you have to practice, and you have to lose a bunch of debates, and then you build up your skill. The MDD Discord is a great place. I debated there for like a year every day, and I would just jump on whatever topic and just try to exercise my debate muscles. But I did that for like a long time before I started getting into, the hosting and that kind of stuff. So I did a lot of practice, but it's not easy to debate. That's why Andrew Wilson kind of stomps all people who are unprepared. But have you ever seen Andrew Wilson debate like an actual serious intellectual person? I can't recall off the top of my head.
Well, I mean, his debate with FTFE would be the closest thing I can think of.
Yeah, but FTFE
But it was just outside of
jumping
his. It was outside of his comfort zone as
of
well.
his scope. Yes, it was his first debate in religion. So I've never seen. I would love to see Andrew Wilson versus Mehdi Hassan, who I didn't know he was so good at debating and arguing.
We almost saw him debate Matt Dillahunty, right? But that didn't last long.
Why? Yeah, that didn't last long. Why? Because Andrew knew that he was about to get mopped. Like that he was literally about to get the floor mopped with him.
Yeah.
And he had to basically avoid the debate by attacking Matt personally. Yeah. And still to this day, Andrew thinks that he's the winner in that situation, which is baffling. Baffling. But yeah, that happened. So Andrew shit his pants. His butthole clenched so hard that he couldn't poop for 2 weeks and had to do a very scummy tactic to try and avoid having the debate, which is what all of these morons do. That when you talk about take the debate with Mark, when they talk about your morality is not objective, that is just them literally trying to deflect from actually having the debate. Because that's all they can do. They can't defend their position. Any half-baked atheist could just mop the floor with them. So they have to resort to these scummy tactics.
So someone says in chat, if Willis is still dumb enough, so at URMOP, if Willis is still dumb enough to go again, don't feel sorry for him. He brings all the bad juju on himself. I do feel bad for Witsit. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, no, I do.
Why?
Because I don't believe in free will. So I don't believe in free will, and I think he's just got a bad lot in life. I know he's not a good person, but I don't think it's
correct.
Yeah.
So I mean, I can half agree with you that he might have received not the best hand for a life.
Yeah.
But then he has an amazing skill to basically take the worst decision every single step of the way. So I do not, and he's pat on his wife, so I don't feel bad for him, like one bit.
Why is Andrew still running from the debate with Katz? Yeah, I'd love to see that. That'd be good. Don't know about Katz. Yeah.
Yeah, Katz is so good, but yeah, I don't even know.
Katz is too honest. Like I feel like that even that wouldn't go well because Katz is too serious. Katz is too honest.
Yeah, but he's fun. He's fun. Netu user says, Max, how is it possible for Andrew, a peasant heavy on booze and cigarettes, with a cowboy's drawl and the argumentative style of a bar brawler, to hold his own in a debate against a true intellectual? I agree. You never see him. He debates OnlyFans models. He debates like all kinds of derplings all over the internet, but you will never see him debate a smart person. Ever. All right. Let's go.
Okay, why isn't it?
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Play it.
The term.
Oh, get this over with. Jesus Christ, get this over with.
Is made up, but the
yeah.
All right.
Appreciate it, man.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Keep in mind, we did meet each other the night before, and we're on good terms. You know, you may hate. I didn't know who he was. Didn't know any of his point of views. But when he came up into to our table and met us in real life, he was a perfectly normal human being. You know what I mean? So
I mean, that doesn't strike me as at all, because you can't be in debate mode all the time, and you don't necessarily have to be a douchebag all the time.
He wasn't a douchebag. Yeah, exactly. I came in with no preconceived notions. I didn't know who he was. As crazy as that sounds, like I said in our conversation, I was probably the only person at Debatecon 5 who didn't know who Andrew Wilson was.
Right.
And I had seen him debate FTFE, to be fair, so I guess I kind of did. So when he walked up, I was like, oh, this is the dude that debated FTFE. And so we sat down with Rachel. I even remember I asked, I was like, oh, do you guys know each other? And he's like, oh, this is my wife. I was like, oh, okay. I had no idea. I was like, I wonder if that shocked him. Like, how does someone not know who I am? But
I wanted to clear something up. I don't hate Andrew Wilson. The only person I am on the record as saying I hate is Sean Griffin from Kingdom in Context, because he's a wannabe cult leader. He's a catfisher because he uses thumbnail like pictures from 10 years ago when he was skinny for his thumbnail, and now you see him and he's got a double neck. So yeah, that's the guy I hate. I don't even hate Winston. No, I don't hate Andrew Wilson. I just don't think he's that worth of me hating him. That's how low I think of him. He's not even worth of me actively taking the time to hate him.
Oh, if you guys are looking for Cats' his channel, yeah, 810 Cats, but really his other channel.
I mean, there's a bunch of mods. Just paste the link, guys.
Culture Cats. If you search Culture Cats.
True.
Greetings again. We'll just do this time.
Understood.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
No,
yeah.
Oh, wow.
Andrew got tired of shaking everyone's hand. Fair enough. Like, you have to keep in mind, we did all these back to back. So he did. This really happened though. It was like, I mean, he's got tired of shaking everyone's hand.
Oh yeah, because it takes so much energy,
right,
to just go like that.
He's like, do we have to keep doing this?
Oh, for fuck's sake. There we go. Doey Draco. Thank you so much. Dahi Draco, sorry. Thank you so much.
Yes, there'll be no more handshaking from now on.
May you rephrase your question again?
Yeah, so rights aren't real.
Who the fuck is this guy? This guy.
Yeah, I don't know. There was really only me and the Indian Jesus and Mike who had a YouTube channel. These other guys, I don't think they have an online thing.
Interesting.
May you rephrase your question again?
Yeah, so rights aren't real, right? All that exists is force.
Then what type of force would be acceptable for us to exist in? What's the need for force to begin with?
It would be to push our will.
Okay, whose will? As an individual?
Oh my.
I love this guy. He's the best.
Yeah, he's the people that have that slow cadence to speak just make me super anxious. My vein starts to like. There's a flat earth debate. Well, no, actually not a flat earther. There's a moon landing denier and an old gentleman. He's like 80, called Marcus. That he takes so long to speak that I can't do after shows because Marcus literally puts me to sleep. So yeah, it's I can't with this cadence. But I wanted to address this. Steve says Andrew's best debate trick is he rarely forgets what you say. He rarely forgets what you say, but also when he reports what you said back, he always sneaks something in there. He's like super scammy. But let me tell you something. That's what a debate is. You can't just go to a debate and keep forgetting what the other person is saying. This is just so dumb. And he has a debate clinic or some kind of debate course. Like, holy shit. I don't know why, how, or what kind of value that is, because that just seems wild. That someone would pay him to just teach you scummy tactics on how to not debate? I don't get it.
Has the force.
Okay, whoever has the force. So if God has the force,
yeah, then he's going to be able to push his will. Sure.
Okay, now would he be righteously justified, let's just say, depending on situational circumstance, to push his will, but in a way that is actually acceptable? Let's say persuasion.
Well, let's assume there's no God. Let's just assume it for a second for the sake of argument. There's no God, right?
There is no God.
What are you left with?
Well, You have to start with yourself. You have to accept that you
You.
do. You.
Okay, so I
correct,
think, therefore I am. So you exist.
correct.
Okay,
But now there's
but
other people.
everything else that you're engaging in, is that a product of the mind?
It
Solipsism, really? Solipsism, really? And at the same time, Steve says, I need to buy that course. And these idiots are talking solipsism. Like, what? No. I think, therefore I am. And you see another person who's thinking, therefore being. So, yeah, we're here now. We have to contend with the intersubjective reality that we are both here right now. And we have to coexist. Oh, my God, you're so dumb. You don't have objective morality, you fucking derpling. Your morality is as subjective as anyone else's because, number one, you don't follow the morality of the Bible to the letter. So you just make up whatever shit you want because the morality of the Bible is so appalling that you would be arrested forever if you tried to hold up the morality of the Bible. So your argument just there, invalidated. God is a subject, so even if you want to appeal to God's morality, and if I granted you that God is real for just a second so that you can be happy, God is a subject, so God's morality definitionally is subjective, the same as ours. Get wrecked. F. Groot says, I don't think he begins with solipsism. Solipsism is a retreat to deny every other opinion. I think he wants to explore philosophy of mind, such as physicalism and idealism. Could be. I didn't consider that. This guy is super wacky. And this guy.
It plays a part. There's
so yeah.
other factors that need to be accounted for other than the mind. I mean, the mind is just one aspect.
But when we're talking about rights,
correct.
Are those a product of the mind?
Yes.
It's a byproduct.
If there's no God.
If
there's no God.
If there's no God.
Yeah. All right.
Oh my God, Steve! Look, we're almost done. If you want, after I'm done with this, I'll wave Chris away, and I can send you the link and have you on. This is just too good. Like, category error. God does not equal us, man. Yes, you have a category error. God is imaginary. We are fucking real. Again, you're projecting your dumb arguments onto me, and I can tell you're an Andrew Wilson fan because you're just doing the same dumb shit he does. What a dumbass.
It's just a product of the mind.
It's a byproduct. It's after the fact.
It's just a product of, meaning people just made them up.
Well, they made it up for what variety of reasons?
Yeah, but regardless of the reasons why,
okay,
right?
Regardless,
they made up.
True. So mobster's morality is as valid as yours. You're so dumb. You're so dumb. I can't believe you just said that. No, moron. That's not my claim. You're just making shit up because you're back against the wall. You literally have nothing else to say, so you're spurging out and just... I love this. I'm sorry, Chris. Next time we do one of these, I'll just have the chat off so I don't get distracted with the derplings.
That's all good.
God wrote his commandment in stone! Number one, no, he didn't. Moses didn't exist. And then God wrote the commandments in stone, and they're so important that Moses broke them. Your little fantasy fairy tale makes no sense, dude. Oh my God, what a dumbass.
Are rights made up?
Okay, let's in the real world,
Yeah.
we have been given these rights because we
Like
were
you have a right to own a gun, right?
uh
According to the Constitution.
according to the Constitution.
Yeah.
We have a right to defend ourselves,
To own a gun.
to own a gun. Yes.
Yeah.
In the legal sense.
But is that made up?
Is that made up? It need to be tested, but sure.
Yeah, it's made up, right?
It's made up.
So then if somebody violates this made up right,
Yes.
right? And you can use force to defend this made up right,
Yes.
then even if Christianity was made up, why couldn't you use force to defend it?
Well, would
There's
it be
a
righteously
difference between
justified or-
there's a difference between defend it and enforce it. And
Yeah.
this is what we all keep missing.
Yeah. Yeah, it didn't come up. None of them pressed him on that.
Yeah.
And also to me, the most important problem is that this is also Andrew's objection is equally as true if the ruling class was all Christians, if the government was Christian. So I don't. This is such a waste of and this guy, of course, this guy is so lost. This guy has no idea what he's doing.
unrighteously unjustified. So really we have to go to the actual fundamental foundation of existence.
Yeah, but I'm
That-
talking from the view of the atheist.
Well, the view of the
From
atheist.
the view of the atheist or the view of the secularist, if rights don't actually exist, but they can use force in order to defend them, right? These things that they just literally admit are made up.
Correct.
If their criticism of you, the Christian, is that you have made up Christianity, who cares? You can still use force to defend this made up thing, right?
Correct.
So from their view, it's totally coherent, totally appropriate, and totally reasonable and rational for you to have a completely made up God and then use force to defend that.
No, not remotely the same thing. Like, not even close. Oh my God, check this out. Since he created us, his commandments, as for us, are not subjective for Christians. See the distinction? Number one, your grammar is atrocious. Number two, I gave you the argument that you are definitionally incorrect. God is a subjective mind, so even God's morality is subjective. You Christians don't know how to use words. And not all of you, some of you. Because I don't think Dr. J would say dumb shit like this. All right, let's finish this because...
Well, it really goes back to the truth claim of who's actually in the right and who's actually in the wrong. Because just because you go on the right path doesn't mean
I
it's
claim
correct.
all atheism on all non-theists,
Yes.
all of their worldviews will eventually reduce to the barrel of a gun.
Agreed, whether it be short term.
That can also, you can do that reductio with Christianity.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know what? It's even funnier than that because it's worse. Because it's not even a gun in this world. It's a gun in the other world.
The ultimate gun. Yeah.
Yes, it's the ultimate gun. It's like, yeah, you'll get punished, but not now. And you will probably, you will be dead. Oh, wow. I can't believe that out of 5 people, no one told him, yeah, you know, this is this this is exactly the same for Christianity. You have to enforce it with a gun. That's what enforcing means. And if I try to, I don't know, let's say something very outlandish. If I try to Oh, pee in the bassinet of the holy water at a Catholic church. People would use force to stop me, and that's fine. And that is okay.
Middle of the road, or even in
Yes.
the long term, it cannot survive the totality.
Yeah, it has to be through the barrel of a gun and force of will. And so I think that they're lying to us when they say that they want to rule because they're the only ones who can rule fairly. What they really want is a monopoly on force. And they say that the shit that we made up is better than the shit you made up, while at the same time claiming they shouldn't follow.
Well, fun fact: we have a tool in which we can use to determine that. So we can look at statistics, we can look at numbers, we can look at indexes, and all of this. And every time, secular governments win. Every single time. So, sorry, Andrew. I'm going to ding you once more because we're getting to the end of it, and I haven't dinged you too much. So, yep. Andrew 19. Oof. That is wild. If God wasn't good, we wouldn't be here, and he would have never given, that's the correct word there, the 10 Commandments. The 10 Commandments are mostly about God just being a petulant little child. You know that, right? And this idea that if God wasn't good, we wouldn't be here. What the fuck do you think Gnostic Christians were doing back in the time of Jesus? They were coming up with the thought that the God of the Old Testament is bad and evil and a minor deity, and the top God, the big dog, had to send Jesus to fix the creation of that minor incompetent deity called the demiurge. And this is like ancient Christianity going back to the time of Jesus. These are the Gnostics. So, oh, poor Steve. I feel sorry for you, Steve. All right, let's wrap this up.
What you made up because it's not true.
So who are they really sacrificing then? They're basically sacrificing everyone else but themselves and their own group.
Yes, that's correct. They just want a monopoly on force. They don't want Christians to have the monopoly on force.
Because they don't want to be proven wrong.
But I'm claiming that if it is the case that all of these rights, human rights, dignities, things like this are completely made up, arbitrarily made up because they just really like them, but they know that they're not true and they're willing to use force, then even if they thought they were true and were willing to use force, even if they did think that, it wouldn't matter, right? Because you could always apply the same standard back. You can just say, hey, look, you believe in something that isn't true. You're willing to use force to defend it. Even if I believe in something that isn't true, you really can't say I can't use force to defend it.
No one is saying that you can't. The problem is that here's the switcheroo. He's talking about rights, and he's smuggling in beliefs, and he's smuggling in other arguments that don't have to do with rights. And again, Andrew, you just said it yourself. You can always flip it back. This is exactly the same under Christianity. There's no difference whatsoever. So I'm going to ding him for probably the last time. And
wouldn't that be a tragic vanity of being in vain? That it's all for naught? It's just for the temporariness.
Yeah,
of...
well, I'm
dude, just like, okay, I'm done. This guy. Like, seriously, what the hell? All right, Chris, some thoughts for the wrap up.
No, I just want to say shout out to everyone in chat. We're gonna chat Alejandro, Steve, even though he's been arguing the counterpoint, NetTube user. Who else we got? Jason T. Shout out to all you guys for joining us. Big Fish. Yeah.
Yes.
If you want to
Thank
see more of me with Max, Max and I had a good 2-hour-long conversation. You can see that over on my channel, You're Mobbed.
We were meaning to do 1 hour and we just got carried away.
Hopefully I do a little bit better in the next couple of videos. This is only 2 out of probably 7, I think, in the series. So I guess we will see. I don't know. They and by they I mean James and the whole production crew kind of convinced us to go not be ourselves. So I don't know. We're gonna see. I'm a little bit afraid of what's to come, but we'll see.
All right. Yeah, I guess we'll see what comes up. If you want to come and hang out with me while we see them, the next one I'll have Ale on too. But if you want to join, you're always welcome.
Please email me. Yeah, please.
Yes, I will email
defend myself a little. Defend my ignorance. Yeah.
All right. So I wasn't planning on doing this. You're free to stay if you want to stay. If you have to go, feel free. I won't hold you. But, Steve, there's a link. There is a link. And if you want to come and spare out on screen, I would 100% love that. So you can just click the link that is right there. You know, this comment, you can click it and you can just come hang out here. So
I'm gonna bow out, Max.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'll be on again. I'll be back.
I'll be back.
I'll be back. Peace out, guys.
Peace. All right, Steve, click that link. Click that link and come talk to me. Because right now, we are in a very disparate situation. Because I can say whatever the fuck I want, and you're just very limited in your typing skills. So I want to give you a better situation so you can talk. But yeah. Getting ready for my beauty sleep. Okay, so you're another keyboard warrior, just a fucking pussy, basically. Right? Okay. I mean, if you can live with being challenged and running away from a debate, who am I to tell you that's wrong? All right, people. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. We'll keep on reviewing this. Oh. You see, guilt tripping works sometimes. NetTube user says, well, that was interesting. Hold on, because we might get a Steve. We might get a Steve on, and he's going to tell us all about how God gave the 10 Commandments to Moses, which, spoiler alert, Moses didn't exist. So I don't know how God, which doesn't exist, could have given Moses, which he didn't exist, commandments. So yeah. And then we can talk about Jesus. We can talk about anything you want. It's not that. Oh, Mark Reed is live. So let me set up a redirect to Marky Mark. Oh, I don't. If you don't follow me on Twitter, I think that you should start following me, because today I came across some very interesting stuff regarding what you call it, South Park and Trump. So if you would like to check those clips out, I don't know. I post some funny stuff there sometimes. So if I were you, I would follow me on there. Steve has been derping. Yes, effectively. Steve has been derping, cheering for Andrew Wilson while completely failing at making an argument that makes any kind of sense. So yeah, it's gonna be bad. I hope he wants to talk about prophecy. So Steve, come on, hurry up. Like, how long does it take you to take a leak? This is if you're not going to come on in within like the next 5 minutes, I'll just go away. Big Fish says, I'll check it out. Yes, and you can also message me directly. Jim Daniels says, if memory serves me right, there originally was 15 commandments, but Moses dropped one of the stone tablets. That does not ring a bell, though. No, he got the 10 commandments, came down from Mount Sinai, destroyed the tablets because the other Jews were worshiping a golden calf. So, don't really know. Hold on, let's do while we wait for Steve. Oh, I like this. F. Groot says, the most important character in the Old Testament was Abraham, as he dreamt up the whole shebang while tripping hard. Yeah, I've heard some people say that the burning bush could have been either a bush that has heavy doses of DMT inside that could have caught fire, and Moses just like breathed, like took in all of the burning bush. Then. Some people also say that it could be from drinking cactus juice in the desert, for hydration. So, Ale, when is the next stream? Well, when MDD releases the next video. Ale, do you have a way to contact me outside of here on YouTube? You can always email me, or you can add me on Discord, and we can set that up. Yeah. Oh, I agree on this. Hallucinogens have been a part of human culture since before language. They definitely tripped on the regular back then. Yes, there is the tripping. I don't know if it's the exact title, but there is a hypothesis that doing hallucinogenic drugs was what led primates to the status or the development status of the human brain. That's how we got to be the way we are. Alice says, I have Discord or by email. This is my Discord user, max.ui, or my email here, mxxdj@gmail.com. Ale, send me please a quick message anywhere on there. So when the new video comes up from MDD, we can get that set up and sorted. All right, Stevie, where are you? Where is the cat? I don't know why Streamlab won't find my mic. Weird. This is not Streamlabs, but okay. All right. Look, Steve, wait. Okay. Oh, there. All right. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. All right. So, what would you like to do? Do you want to have the debate on religion and how your religion is false, or would you like to talk about Andrew Wilson?
Well, what's interesting is if my religion is false, what do you have that's true?
In regards to what?
Your belief system.
Oh, yeah, empiricism, science.
Yeah, but that's just, those are just descriptions that don't tell you what to do.
Right. Yes. So when I have, so you're not talking about everything. You were talking about specifically morality. So yes, where does my morality come from? My morality comes from empathy, selfishness, and that I want to live a decent life. So I grant that to other people, right? So I have to actually do. Why do you think that I don't steal, for example?
Hold on one second. I can't turn StreamYard off where I can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you need to close the YouTube or mute the YouTube.
Okay, done.
All right. So why do you think I don't steal?
It's your preference.
No. That's reductionist and wrong. The reason that I don't steal is, in today's world, in order to buy this phone, you, me, everyone, we have to spend money to buy that phone. And the way that we get money is by working. So people are investing time of their life to perform a task so that we can get money so that I can buy my phone. When I take this phone and expropriate it from you, and I take it for myself, what I'm doing is quite literally taking time out of your life and appropriating it as my own. So that's why I don't steal. So,
well, I mean, it sounds like your morality is materialism. So why not steal?
I just told you why. I just told you why. Please keep up. I just gave you the moral argument as to why I believe stealing from someone is immoral, because you're literally taking time out of their life. Your whole little, it's a preference game, is not going to work here, because I've thought about this more than you. I can assure you that.
Well, where do you get this idea that the other person's life has value? Isn't that just your preference to give it to them?
No, I have to actually do the work and put in an argument. And I already kind of told you, but I can lay it out for you. The reason why I accept that my life and other people's lives have value is twofold. Number one, selfishness. I am selfish and I want to continue living as much as I can. So I grant everyone else the same situation.
So
everyone else would like to continue on living. So on pure selfish and self-preservation, that's one. Fear. And then empathy is the other one. Empathy. I like when other people are doing well. I get a good feeling out of seeing some other people do well in their lives and be happy. So
So
Yeah,
your
that is the
so
argument.
your morality is based on the preferences of fear.
I just
and,
fucking gave you the argument. You can't reduce it to a preference because I gave you the moral arguments. I gave you all of them.
well, how are they not your preferences?
Because I made an intellectual exercise with a very defined criteria, and that's how you build moral arguments.
So you built your moral story, social construct out of what? From where?
What do you mean, out of what?
Well, how is it not based on your preferences when you're just building up your own social construct?
I just refuted that. You're flirt resetting back to it's your preference. I just explained how it's not my preference. I just gave you the moral argument step by step.
Well,
I know that this is hard. I know that actually thinking is hard for you dummies, but you're not keeping up with the conversation. You're going back to your silly talking point, which I have debunked more than once in this conversation alone.
Yes, but aren't there people that prefer to steal and live that way?
Go talk to them about their preferences. My thing has nothing to do with preference. Because I don't have the ability to refer to a book and just say, oh yeah, my morality, yeah, it's in the book. I have to actually do the exercise. I have to actually build a moral framework. You're the lazy ones that say,
from what?
Morality comes from here.
You built up your own social construct of what you want, right?
No, it's not my own. It's intersubjective.
Intersubjective. So
yes.
Utilitarian?
Not necessarily, no.
Well, I mean, that's what the inter part of intersubjective is for, is to give some sort of utility towards it, right?
No. The part of intersubjective, it means that it's me and another subjective agent.
You have to explain that a little better. Intersubjective always confused me a little bit. I haven't got a grasp on it.
It's a very simple word.
Well,
I have a subjective idea. You have a subjective idea. We get together, we discuss our subjective ideas, and we come to an intersubjective agreement.
Oh, so it's a consensus morality.
Yes.
Okay, so if you both vote to make slavery moral, then it's moral?
Nope.
Because it's no longer intersubjective?
No. The legality of stuff doesn't change the moral judgment. We could, for example, all of a sudden, given a doomsday scenario, we could agree that until we repopulate the human race from the brink of extinction, that, let's say, sexual slavery is the best choice. It would still be immoral, but sometimes when you're faced with utter destruction, you do have to recur to immorality to survive. It's well documented. I can give you cases. I can give you studies. I can give you real cases of all of this shit.
Well, I don't really see how everyone dying is moral.
Yeah, it's because you're very slow and you're not listening to my words. That's not what I said. I said, let me back it up. I'll use my flat earther voice. So let's say humanity is faced with extinction. We are reduced to 100,000 people and we need more people.
Or we'll go extinct, right?
Or we'll go extinct, yes. So
your moral position is we should go extinct instead of, say, enslaving women?
No, that's exactly the opposite of what I said, Doofus. Please keep up. Open your fucking ears and listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. That's exactly the opposite of what I said. I said that when faced with a terminal situation, we might suspend our morality judgment for the sake of survival. Right? It's exactly the opposite of what you said, I said. In that case, when faced with human extinction, it might be the case that at least temporarily, we would have to suspend our moral judgment on sexual slavery to repopulate. If you ask me for my opinion, if you would give me personally the choice between going extinct and doing something extremely immoral to keep on living, I would actually choose extinction. But that is just like my isolated view. When it comes to considering the future of humanity, if it's a true dichotomy, if it is extinction or immorality, most people will go with immorality, at least temporarily, until the situation changes. And that is not a controversial issue at all.
Well, funny thing is, Andrew kind of had this debate the other day there, exact same thing. And he kind of said it's immoral for all of us to go extinct.
Yeah, but that's because Andrew is dumb and you're dumber than Andrew.
Well,
that was a very dumb statement to say.
I don't know why. Your position is we all die, and Andrew's is humanity goes on. So I don't see.
Yeah, the problem is that humanity goes on, but I don't think you could ever wash the immoral stain of, I don't know, resorting to sexual slavery. I don't think it's worth to go. I think that humanity going on is great, except when we come to some of these terminal decisions that, I don't know, I would just, if it is between extinction and immorality, it's just let's go extinct and that's it.
That's not very humanitarian. I mean, it sounds like anti-humanitarian position.
No, it's not. Because it only applies to a case of like complete annihilation. So it's a hypothetical. So you can't make a general statement out of a particular situation, which is something that Thomas Andrew does a lot.
No, Andrew's testing the morality and the logic.
No,
your system, everybody dies. His system, everybody lives.
It's not a system. It was a hypothetical, you dumbass.
Right. Well, that's what he does.
One situation example. It wasn't a general statement. The second time I tell you this.
Yeah, but Andrew used that to test your logic, and in your logic,
Andrew barely Andrew hasn't spoken to me except for the other day.
Well, in the debate I watched.
Yeah, I haven't watched that.
Yeah, I forget who he was debating with, but that basically came down to it. So your system is we all die off. Andrew's system is humanity goes on.
Third time, not a system. Very specifically,
morality.
Very specific example of humanity faced with complete annihilation. It's an infinitesimal. You can't make a general argument out of a hyper specific example.
But that's to test the logic.
Third time.
That's the test, the logic of your
Third time that I tell you this, you can't make a general argument out of what I just said. That is not my moral system. I was just giving you an example. We're not faced with extinction, so none of these applies until the point where we are faced with extinction. That would just be the case.
Well, your morality would have us all die off, and his morality on this
thing. Again, fourth time, you're making a general statement out of a hyper. Shut up. You're making a general statement out of a hyper specific example.
I'm testing your morality.
You're not testing anything. You're failing. You're failing miserably. No, I gave you a very
extreme.
That's
what extremes do is test logic.
Yes, but you can't make a general argument out of a hyper-specific situation. What part of that don't you understand?
Well, I'm testing your worldview.
Dumbass, answer the question.
Which was again?
What part of you can't make a general argument out of a hyper-specific argument is it that you do not understand?
Well, general arguments are too broad and wide. Remember, Andrew was always testing
Yeah,
your
that's what
logic.
general mean. You have a problem with words, don't you?
Right, but I'm using kind of Andrew's debate strategy.
Yes, and you're failing. You're failing just the way he fails, because that's what he also does. I gave you a specific situation. Humanity is about to go extinct, and I just gave you like, okay, this would be the framework in which I would consider doing something immoral would be acceptable. I wouldn't personally do it, and there's where my preference comes in. But if you told me, okay, we have to keep humanity going, I wouldn't take part in that. I would just say, yeah, you should maybe resort to sexual slavery to keep humanity going, but I would just let myself die off. I wouldn't be able to deal with the consequences of doing something so heinous like that. So who's the moral one here? I am.
I don't know. Everybody along your line of thought would be dead, and Andrews would be living.
Yeah. So they would be living in immorality. I couldn't take that. You have a very hard time keeping up with what I'm saying, don't you? You kind of, you're giving me the sensation that you're just grasping every like 5 words, you understand one, and you latch on to that.
Well, basically, you're arguing everybody should die.
No, I'm not. Are you retarded? I am not. I gave you a very, like, I already lost count of how many times I've said this. I gave you a very specific doomsday scenario in which you could have an immoral society just for the sake of going on living. I don't know. This is not even controversial. This is not even controversial. You're just not keeping up with what I'm saying.
Well, I think I have a problem with it because I value human life and humanity, and
I value human life and humanity too. That's why I think
why you won't participate in perpetuating it.
Immorality, exactly.
In perpetuating it. You're arguing not to perpetuate humanity.
Retard. That's not what I said.
Are you going to participate? Would you participate in repopulating the society with forced slavery on women? Yes
no.
No. Okay, so you are against perpetuating society.
No, dumbass. You can't make a general argument out of a hyper-specific claim that applies only to me. I wouldn't be able to go on with that. Me, this person, the bald guy that's talking to you, my conscience would not let me continue living if I did a heinous act like that. I'm not talking about humanity. I'm not making a general argument. I'm talking about me. That doesn't mean that I want humanity to stop.
So you agree the other people that would do that should do that for the sake of humanity?
That would be if for the sake of humanity. If they can take it, then yes. I wouldn't do that myself. I would just go to the wilderness and die.
Well, as long as you agree that everybody else should do it, or most everybody else should do it to continue.
I didn't say that either. I just said if they can handle doing something like that, then sure. But I don't think there is like a need for
humanity to go on.
Let me say this way. If people could go on living like that, then sure. Okay. The problem that I see is that if you have a new society will be forged, starting with one of the most cruel, unimaginable, immoral things ever. So I wouldn't even want to live in a society that would have, even if it's forced to do that. I just couldn't. But I'm not an eco-terrorist. I'm not saying that all humans should be extinct. I'm not saying that, oh yeah, people should do that. I think that would be, if that scenario ever came about, that would be a very personal decision for each person.
Well, I see it like this. I think it would be very moral to continue society, humanity.
That's an amoral claim.
The one
it doesn't have a morality value because it's like a binary, and it's extinction or not extinction, but it doesn't really have a value in and of itself.
But it does, because human life has value.
Yeah, as long as we are here.
That's right. And in your position, you wouldn't be here and everybody else wouldn't be here to follow your example. So you don't actually value human life.
That's not what I said at all. Now you're just like flat out lying to my face. I have cleared it up. What I meant exactly, I have laid it out. And your face, like you are a true Andrew Wilson fan, because you're a filthy fucking liar. Yeah, you're lying to my face.
If we were on two separate worlds and everybody followed your path of not doing it, humanity would go extinct, and on mine, humanity would go on. And somehow you're moral, but you're all dead, and humanity continues to go on in mine.
Yeah, because sometimes the price of holding up your values is high.
I can agree with that, but the thing is in the end, you're all dead and we're all alive, and humanity goes on.
And you're also all immoral.
So
I'll take dead over immoral any day of the week.
Well, the whole thing is it ultimately comes down to, you're not a very moral society if your system doesn't work and you're all dead.
Yeah, we are. Oh, for fuck's sake. Again, making a general argument out of the hyper-specific example. This is just wild that you're gaslighting me like that. All right. So, let's bring it to the real world. What is the immorality of aborting a fetus when you literally don't have the resources to feed it after it's born? Go.
Oh, well, usually a mother and father would have the resources.
Yeah, answer the question, dumbass.
Repeat it one more time.
Holy fuck.
Well, if I didn't have the resources, I wouldn't be reproducing. It's you guys on your side that reproduce.
Accidents happen, right?
Well, an accident can't happen if you keep your legs closed.
Interesting. Accident, I mean, why the legs closed? Why didn't you just say
that's what's called being that's what's called being responsible when you can't afford the child.
Yeah.
Versus you're arguing that you get to have the sex.
What I'm wondering is, why didn't you say, if you don't come inside, then you don't get pregnant? Why is it the woman's fault to keep the legs shut?
Well, I'd have to keep my legs shut kind of too. Same applies to me.
No, we all know what that expression means. You're not getting away from it.
Well, I keep it in my pants then.
Okay.
If I can't afford it, I keep it in my pants.
Okay. Now,
but versus you say that the priority is I get to do what I want and then kill the child. But your position
all of this discussion is you trying to completely avoid my question because you can't answer it. So I'm going to ask the question again. No, I'm going to ask the question again. Why is abortion immoral if I cannot? Lady Max got pregnant because she's so hot. Everyone wants to fuck her. So she got drunk and unfortunately Lady Max got pregnant. I cannot afford to bring the baby. Why is aborting it immoral, rather than bringing someone into abject poverty.
Well, this goes back to our first conversation where you'd let humanity die because it's not really worth anything, versus I think human life is special and does have value, and I wouldn't abort it and do my best to take care of the child.
Answer the question. Why is aborting a fetus immoral, and why is it not immoral to bring a baby into abject poverty? Answer the question.
Well, there's lots of babies brought into abject poverty, and they still grow up fine. You just have to make sacrifices.
That still doesn't answer. Like, do you realize that you haven't answered a single one of my questions honestly and correctly?
Well, ask one at a time. Just one. First question. What is it?
Why is aborting a fetus immoral compared to bringing a fetus into abject poverty?
Because the value of human life outweighs the poverty or the situation.
When someone doesn't even have food from the moment that they are born, how can you justify that that is the moral thing to do?
Well, the moral thing is if you can't afford it, you don't have sex to begin with.
Again, dodging the question.
Well, you take care of the child.
You can't. You don't have the resources. That's what abject poverty means. Like, dude, is English your second language? Like, dude,
there's people all over the world in abject poverty that raise children.
Yes.
And
does that mean that it's moral?
Well, it continues the society, but you'd already want the society to die.
I didn't. You stop lying, you filthy scumbag.
Well, that was your first position. Is
it wasn't, you filthy fucking liar.
Your whole position is humanity's not really worthwhile, and
it's not. Stop saying that. I never said that. You fucking disgrace of a human being. You're lying to my face.
Wait a minute. I'm a disgrace of a human being, and you want to kill human beings for materialist reasons?
I didn't say that, you stupid piece of shit.
That's what you're arguing for.
I didn't argue for that. You're just retarded.
You're asking two questions. Is it moral to bring up a child in poverty? Well,
in abject poverty compared to aborting it.
Yes, because the child lives. I value life.
Even if that life is into absolute abject poverty.
Well, if I'm in abject poverty and making still living and doing everything, apparently it's survivable.
Yeah, survivable is not a standard I would like to achieve to. I would like to achieve
well, you put materialism over humanity, so I can understand that.
No, I never said that.
Well, you're talking about poverty. You're making a poverty, which is a materialist position.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Don't you know how debate works? Have you never had a conversation? Is this your first day on the internet? Like, you're really dumb. What shape is the Earth?
It's flat.
Yeah, I thought so. Like,
it's round. Of course, it's round.
Huh. I mean, that was the only thing. Like, you've hit the trifecta of dumbness.
I saw it on Elon Musk's cameras in space.
Okay, fair enough. The problem is that you're completely ignoring everything I said, and you're just lying about when you report what I said, you're just lying.
Well, I'm actually doing what Andrew does, and I break your argument down to its base, its absolute foundation.
Yeah, and you have to lie to do that.
No, I'm not.
Yes, I know that you're playing. I know that you're playing.
You're talking poverty, so that's materialism. What else is poverty compared to being rich? Is but materialism.
It does. I never talked about being rich. It's about
Well,
not.
you're talking poverty against not poverty. Those are two states of materialism. One has little materialism, and the other one has a lot of materials and resources.
Holy shit, you're dumb.
How's that wrong?
Because I was making an example, and yes,
Based on materialism.
Yes, because the
Fundamentally materialism. So
the material world is the only
over
thing that you
life.
can actually prove exists, buddy.
Right. So you're putting you want abortion in favor of your materialism.
No, I want abortion because I think it's a fundamental reproductive right of women to choose if they carry forward a pregnancy or not.
Well, first of all,
let me also remind you.
It's not a reproductive right.
Let me
it's
remind
not a
you.
reproductive right, because guess what?
Let me remind
if
you.
you're pregnant, you've already reproduced.
Let me remind you. My position is biblically based, so I got you beat on that one. You don't have whatsoever any biblical justification to say that abortion is wrong.
Well, I'm a Christian, so I use Christian values and ethics.
I'm using that too.
I'm not cherry picking. Well, Christians.
Yes, you are. When was the last time you stoned an adulterer to death?
Well, I don't see any Christians.
Then you're then you're all cherry picking out of the Bible. You're not stoning adulterers. So what you just said you don't do, you do.
But I'm not using. First of all, I'm not an apologetics. I'm not an apologist. But the thing
is, you're too dumb to be an apologist.
Christians don't cherry pick like you do, and they took it as a complete.
I just demonstrated that you actually do cherry pick. Would you like me to go at it again? Because that's not the only example.
Well, I'm not cherry picking. Where does the
when have you stoned an adulterer to death?
Where does the 10 Commandments say it's moral to murder someone like that?
The commandments say
thou shalt not murder.
Yeah, but those are not the only commandments, dude. There are 613 commandments in the Bible, and one of those commandments is that you should stone adulterers. When have you stoned? When did you
last? That's not what Christians follow.
That is exactly. I mean, that's what the Bible says.
Yeah, but
I know you don't follow that. I know you don't follow that.
I'm not a Bible thumper. I'm a Christian.
Those are synonyms. So the Bible says that you should stone.
Because if I was a Bible thumper, if Christians were Bible thumpers and following everything, they'd be stoning people, but they don't, do they? In fact,
and that's what is that? The definition of cherry picking your beliefs out of the book. The book says stone adulterers to death. You don't do that. So you cherry picked that.
Well, that would be murdering. That would be murder.
System.
And that wouldn't be a just law.
Yeah, that is because
that wouldn't be an eye for an eye.
Written by ancient dumb people who didn't know contradictions if they hit them in the face. Because yes, the Bible says, "Thou shalt not murder," and then it says, "Murder adulterers by stoning them to death."
Well, Christians don't do that, so I don't see
how.
Because
they cherry pick, and thank you for proving my point. Third time in a row, you cherry pick your beliefs. So you don't have objective morality. You cherry pick your beliefs.
Where did Jesus say to do that?
Where did Jesus say not to do that?
Well, Jesus says basically love God first and love everyone else as your neighbor. So if you're supposed to love everyone as your neighbor, you don't go stoning to death your neighbors.
Yeah, but also Jesus said that he came to fulfill the law, which means that you should still be stoning adulterers.
And what would the law be?
There is no way around this.
That the law would be the 10 Commandments.
There's a reason why Christians do not go down this path with
us. What's God's written law?
No way of winning.
God's written law is the 10 Commandments. So stoning someone for
Nope. Wrong again. God's law is 613 Mosaic laws. 613. You don't get to just. You don't get to cherry pick 603.
Christians don't follow Moses, they follow Jesus.
Jesus said that you're supposed to fulfill the law. That's what that's a problem. It's like, number one, you people are idiots. And number two, you don't read the Bible.
Which Bible are you talking about?
any Bible. It doesn't make a difference.
Okay, so if any Bible, then you just don't understand Christian Bible. Christians only use the New Testament and what Jesus says.
No, they don't. That is absolutely false. Jesus said, and I'm literally quoting the Bible here, I come to fulfill the law. That means that you're supposed to keep the Jewish law as it is.
Then I'd be Jewish.
No, you'd be Christian. The problem is that you don't understand that Christianity is Judaism with extra steps. And the reason why you don't do that is because Christians, from the dawn of time, have been cherry-picking their beliefs since forever.
Well, not the Orthodox Christians. They're basically taking everything from Jesus and the apostles.
All Christians do the same thing.
Well, there's a lot of... Well, there's a lot of...
No. Go with the no true Scotsman fallacy. Go. Yeah, say it.
Well, first of all, I'm not using a
no
true Scotsman. Andrew's statement would be there is no true Scotsman. No true Scotsman doesn't apply to him because for him, a Christian's the ones that follow the Nicene.
Yeah, and that is the definition of a no true Scotsman. Just because you say, this is not a no true Scotsman, does not invalidate the massive fallacy that you're committing.
Just because these days men say there are women, does that mean they're not women? Or they're women? I mean,
that is another talk for another day. But
yeah, but it's the same thing.
Gender is not sex. So when
but it's the same principle. If I say I'm a woman, does that make me a woman?
Yes.
Okay, so then why are you arguing about little particulars like which Bible it came out of when anything can be anything?
I didn't again, you filthy fucking liar. I said
that's your position. Your position is if I say I'm a woman, I'm a woman. So
shut up, you filthy liar. That's exactly the opposite of what I said. I said it doesn't matter what Bible because the translation makes no difference. You're supposed to keep the law. You're supposed to keep. There's no way around this. Like literally no way around it.
In Christianity.
There are okay. So now you're cherry picking because there are 613 Mosaic laws. So why the 10 Commandments over all of the other 603? Why do you get to cherry pick? Literally cherry pick.
Am I cherry picking if I say a man can only be a man and a man can't be a woman?
What about isms will not get you out of the question, dumbass?
Well, your position is if I say I'm a woman, I'm a woman.
Yeah,
so
we're not having that debate right now, dummy. We're talking about the Bible.
It's relevant.
Answer the question.
It's relevant.
Why?
You're basically arguing nothing really matters, but all of a sudden it matters in that?
No, you filthy fucking liar, douchebag. There are 613 Mosaic laws. You're supposed to keep all of them.
Not in Christianity.
According to
Jesus, Jewish, I'm Christian.
You're supposed. Do I need to give you the actual verse? I'll give you the verse. Give me just a second. I come to fulfill the law. Jesus quote. Matthew 5:17. Okay, Matthew 5:17.
Here's the thing. I'm not an apologist, so
yeah, no, you're too. I already told you you're too dumb to be an apologist.
Well, yeah, I don't want to be an apologist.
Yeah, because you're not capable enough to be an apologist. You're way too dumb. You can't even keep up with foreign someone who is a foreigner. You can't even keep up with what I'm saying. Yeah, a filthy foreigner is kicking your ass in a debate right now.
Here's another interesting thing.
Do you understand that?
When you said
third world Uruguayan foreigner, Latino is kicking your ass.
When you said Uruguay got rid of slavery before
the U.S., yes,
the U.S. I'm sorry, what was the state religion when Uruguay did that?
I was mistaken. You're right. Uruguay got incepted, but it took us less than 30 years, 29 years actually, to change that. So yes. When Uruguay was founded, they founded it with the religion that we inherited from the kings of Spain. It just took us 29 years to get rid of.
And the
your
kings of
stupidity.
Spain were what religion?
Roman Apostolic,
Catholic.
Roman Catholic. Yeah.
So it all
I was
basically.
wrong in that. I can admit it. I checked it afterwards while I was in the toilet, and I was wrong. I don't have a problem with that. I'm still kicking your ass. You know that, right?
I don't know. Your morality would end up with all of us dying on your planet and versus mine.
Yeah, again, the problem is that your judgment has to be made by you very filthily,
and then also
lying
your
about
morality
what I
takes
said. You
materialism
stupid fuck.
over human life too.
There's 27 people here watching you, just so desperate to try and make an argument that you have to fucking lie to my face. Talk to me about immorality, I dare you. David says, for €2, sounds like you follow Andrew more than Jesus. Oh, yeah. Choking on that goose. 28 now, says Kate. Yeah, indeed. Such a big fan. So, want to talk about the specifics of the morality in the Bible? Because I've already beat your ass in my court. I would like to beat your ass in your court now.
And what are you using to judge the morality of what's right and wrong in the Bible? Where's your foundation?
The Bible itself, because the Bible is such a dumb book that it contradicts itself every step of the way.
So that's just telling me you actually have nothing yourself or no foundation yourself?
No, I mean, you don't understand my foundation.
You have to, so you have to dip into dip into religion to criticize religion. So
yeah,
you have nothing yourself?
It's called an internal critique, dumbass.
Okay,
if I were to judge your book by my morality, you wouldn't even get in the door. In an external critique, you have nothing. But I'm not doing an external critique. I'm doing an internal critique. So we're going to go to the specifics of the Bible itself.
Yeah, but your morality is based on your preferences. It's just what.
Yeah, I already demonstrated. This Flurf reset doesn't work. I already debunked that, dummy.
Well, I know you don't want to go into it because you actually have nothing but preference.
I already refuted you on this. You're just too dumb to keep up.
Well, then where's your objective morality come from?
I don't need. Okay. When you
just make it up.
Shut up. I'm going to school you. Even your first grade teacher never schooled you in that way, in this way. Listen. When you say that atheist morality is not objective, so it's invalid, that is an external critique. I don't give a fuck if it's not objective. I say it's not objective, and I don't care. It's intersubjective, and it has more value than your morality.
Because you made it up.
Because your morality is also not objective, because God is a subject, so it's God's morality, so his morality is also subjective. So I just debunked you twice in one argument.
No.
Yes, I did.
His morality is objective for us.
No, it's not. Definitionally incorrect. God is a subject. God's morality is contingent on the mind of God. So God's morality is definitionally subjective. There's no way around it. No way around it.
Maybe let's just take that. Maybe for God, yes, but not for us, because we are his creations and we have to follow him. It doesn't change the fact that his rules for. Wait a minute, because we're subjectivists, it changes our subjectivism's automatically placed on an objective rule. So basically, your worldview is everything is subjective.
Yes.
Okay, so then why aren't you just a moral nihilist?
Why? It's not. Why? It's not the. It's not the only possibility. It's not the logical entailment of moral relativism that you have to be a nihilist. I am not actually a nihilist. I am not a nihilist at all.
Well, that's your preference not to be, I know.
You're so no wonder you find Andrew.
What's interesting is this,
because you're borderline retarded.
It's interesting. You argued that society should die out and not
I
live,
didn't argue that.
and to kill babies for
shut the fuck up.
materialism.
The next time you lie about me like that, the conversation is over. I did not say that. You're a filthy fucking liar that's so desperate that you have to lie to my face. No more. No more. Do we understand each other?
Let's go back to this. If you were on one planet, just you and two women, and the only way to get humanity to keep going is to have sex with them, but you wouldn't do that, so you'd all die off. And then on my planet, it's just me and two women, but I impregnate them to perpetuate humanity. I'm the immoral one because we live on, but you're the moral one because, well, you're all dead.
Yes. And I am so moral that I would take my convictions to the extreme.
So that would mean you're anti-humanity.
In that, no, you fucking liar, piece of shit.
Well, that would be the end result,
I
right?
take my convictions so seriously that if I had to resort to immorality to keep humanity going, we are extinct. And that does not mean that I don't value humanity or anything like that. You're just a filthy liar.
Well, then how? But if we look at the two things from outside, your society, humanity's gone. My side, humanity's there. So
yeah, and immoral.
It's kind of.
It's not the point.
But the physical proof is my humanity's, the humans on my planet are still going, and yours are all gone.
And
so
that's
clearly an obvious scientific fact that you are anti-humanity because you're all gone.
That is not anti-humanity, you piece of trash.
How is that when you're all gone?
Because I value my convictions so highly that I would pay
all going to die off.
That I would pay the ultimate price rather than succumb to being immoral. You have no idea what's happening here, right? Like literally, you could actually
say I'm making an ends justify the means argument.
Yes, and I don't agree with that. I would just not do that. And again, if I was in a planet alone with two ladies, I wouldn't have to force them. That's how good I am. Yes.
That was funny.
Yes, I know.
I just had to laugh at that.
Yeah, because you know it's true.
Oh, this is a good laugh. I need that.
It's a really fake laugh. Everyone noticed that it's super fake.
No, I think it's really fun. I think it's funny. It's really, you are a really good jokester.
I am. Yes, I am good at almost everything. The only thing I'm really not good at is sucking. That's what you're good at, though.
No.
So, did you hear my example? We're going to examine the morality of the Bible, shall we? So let me get the verse.
Well, I'm not an apologist, so that it's pointless going down this. You could win all night long on me because I'm just not an apologist.
Let me tell you something. I win even against apologies. Because this book.
Well, go up against Jay Dyer.
This book is absolute trash. I mean, if he would step off his high horse and he would
you can get on with Jay Dyer then.
Yeah.
Actually, you could probably get on. You could probably get on with Andrew and do that.
I would love. Andrew doesn't do theology because he knows he can't defend it.
I think he would do it against you.
He wouldn't.
Yeah, he would on with you.
No, he wouldn't.
We'll
see. I mean, I'll probably end up at some point debating him, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
Well, that would be good to see.
Yeah. I mean, for me, talking to Andrew is an absolute waste of time, like talking to you.
Well, that's because Andrew would tear your worldview apart first and show how.
No, he wouldn't. Yeah, and stop choking that goose, dude. It's not a good look for him. Yeah. For you, actually. It's It's not a good look for you to be so far up his ass. Yeah, you know what I do? You know what I do? I don't do, actually, is I say like, oh yeah, my friend Mark Reed will debate you and he will crush you. No, I debate and I crush people like you right now.
Well, don't you crush what flat earthers, right?
Yeah, but that's
Yeah,
just
well,
fun.
That's just fun. I mean, I could
Yeah,
probably do that.
I could
too.
debate a flat earther while ODing on heroin and foaming at the mouth.
Yeah, well, I don't think it takes much to win against flat earthers, to be
No,
honest.
it doesn't.
Yeah, well,
That's why, I mean,
you got to set your bar higher than I would recommend.
yeah, and I would debate other people on other subjects, but I challenged Daniel Hakika to, he ran away from me. I challenged a bunch of people. I can show you my email chain with James where I was trying to set up a debate with Andrew. I set up a debate with, I did debate Jim Bob. And while I was doing that, I was also talking about debating Andrew and Rachel.
Uh-huh.
Do you think I'm scared of them? No, I am not scared of them at all. In my country, those people are the pathetic losers. Those people are the wackos.
Right. They don't want to kill their own babies. They're crazy, aren't they?
No one kills babies, though. Killing a baby is a crime.
Well, that's what a fetus is. Fetus is Latin for basically baby.
There's a reason why that's an etymological fallacy, but there's a reason why we have two separate words, one for fetus and one for baby.
Yeah, you have it for sophistry reasons. You don't actually want to admit the real meaning of fetus is baby. Meaning. Yeah,
I have no problem killing a fetus. I do have a problem if you kill a baby, yes.
Well, baby is just
definitionally not the same, buddy.
Baby's just a term for a human being in a different stage of life.
Yes, a human being that's born, that has exited the vaginal canal.
So you're for abortion all the way up until the day of birth. Interesting.
No, I wouldn't.
Why? Because it's a baby?
No, because developmentally, after about 16 weeks, the fetus has a nervous system.
Yeah, we'll see.
So
you'd also practice eugenics on the retarded and things like that too, right?
Nope.
Why? Because
I love that you keep failing. I mean, go on. I love how you're failing one after the other, but love that.
Well, you're basically classifying human beings by their value or their mental capacity, right?
No, I'm not doing that. You're doing that, though.
No, I value life and all, even in the fetus with supposedly no mental capacity.
Oh, I value life. It's just that I value
the ones in the womb.
I value the life of the woman who is actually living right now over the fetus that is basically doing nothing. The fetus is not even conscious before 16 weeks.
Yeah, but the fetus is growing. It actually is striving to live, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you are all for killing human beings trying to make it out into the world?
No, because I wouldn't advocate for the indiscriminate abortion of all human beings. So you're lying again. You feel
just the ones that have no value, right? Or because they would take away your materialist ability, or would be a big burden on you to care for them, right?
No,
because in poverty,
not even remotely
you would kill the child because that would be too much of a
no. I would never kill a child. That is murder.
Well, that's what's in the womb. It's a human being, right?
It is a human being. It's a fetus of a human being.
Right. So you would
not even conscious yet.
You would kill human beings for your materialist, to keep up your materialist status.
How does that make any kind of sense?
Well, a fetus is a human being, right?
A fetus is effectively a human being. Yes.
Right. So for your materialism, you would gladly kill a human being.
Wait. Why? Where does the materialism come on in? And
You
why
talk
would I
about
gladly couldn't I very sadly and broken up do that? And let me remind you, just because you people are dumb, so you probably don't know this. I can't have an abortion. You know that, right?
right, but let's just say you were
Okay.
a woman. I mean, your position would change if you were a woman.
No,
You know,
I would actually be like more hardcore into
killing
the
the baby to keep up your lifestyle. You'd happily kill a human being to maintain your lifestyle.
No, not happily. I would cry. I would still do it, but I would cry. Lady Max is not that tough. Lady Max is emotional. But that being said,
and you would probably every time you got
what-
pregnant, you would still do it over and over again, right?
I mean, yeah, of course.
Yeah. I figured.
Now, every time I have this conversation, what you guys forget is that for example, I value more the experience of an already living conscious woman over just a clump of cells that is literally inside of her. So I value, it's not that I don't value human life, it's that
and what species is that clump of cells?
When put in a scale, I value more the fully functioning human being than just the fetus.
I think the Nazis had a similar thing where they thought certain classes of people weren't human beings and they got rid of them too.
I love that. I mean, not the Nazis, of course. I just love that he really just went there.
Well, I'm just pointing out you're just using the same sophistry the Nazis did.
Sure, buddy. Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Instead of you calling them vermin, you're just calling them not persons or something like that. Still a human being.
I never call them not persons, because personhood is another topic. When do we assign personhood to
and when do you do that?
Unborn peoples?
And when do you do that?
I would say roughly at 16 weeks. Yes.
Right. So you're doing the same thing the Nazis did. You're just saying they're not persons yet, so we get to kill them.
They're not persons yet. Very important distinction from.
Yes, but they're still human. But they're still human beings. The Jews were human beings. The fetus in the womb is still a human being. All you're doing is just playing a sophistry game to get to kill this human beings.
I love that you're calling me a sophist when that is literally what you have been doing since you came on, but okay.
Well, I'll grant you that, but in this particular argument, you're doing it here.
I'm not.
You're just denying human beings in the womb.
No, because I never denied, you filthy fucking liar. I never denied that they were human beings. The moment the egg gets, the moment the sperm goes into the egg, that is a human being. 23 chromosomes from each parent, that is a human being. There's no possibility that it could be something else.
You're doing the same thing.
What I'm doing is I'm actually putting in a scale the value of the clump of cells, which doesn't even have a nervous system, compared to a fully functioning grown woman who might not want to carry that pregnancy to term.
Well, that's what the Nazis did too. They thought they were superior.
Again, I know that you have like a single neuron and you can only say one thing at a time, but we've refuted that already.
Yeah, you're using the same sophistry that the Nazis did.
And
it's a human being, but it's not a person. The Jews were human beings, but they're not persons too.
That I believe that is incorrect, because actually the Nazis would go down the route of saying that Jews are subhuman. So I'm not even doing
Well,
that.
that's your same category. For you,
Nope.
a fetus, if it's not
Completely
thinking,
incorrect.
it's subhuman.
No, completely incorrect. Because I never said that. I love that you just have to gaslight me to my face in my own channel when 33 people are watching you and literally laughing at how dumb you are.
Well, I would love to see the chat, but I can't see the chat. So
Sure you can.
well, I guess
Here you go.
I
False
close the
equivalence
link.
is over and over. Abortion equal Nazi camps. What the WTF? Steve knows how to utter the sounds of history. He's blowing my mind. I mean, yeah, watch the replay. People love you. But because you're massively dumb and you're literally losing the debate, bro. All right. Well, wait, hold on. We got sidetracked. Let me pull up a verse. So I'll tell you the summary of the story. God got mad at King David and wanted to punish him, but rather than punishing him, because he disobeyed, God had his concubines forcefully raped in the middle of the day where everyone could see that. How is that moral?
I don't know the context of it, so I couldn't tell you.
So you haven't read the Bible. Got it.
No. Like I said,
Okay.
I'm not an apologist.
Not an apologist. Not read the Bible.
But you wouldn't do that based simply on your preference, right? Not any objective truth that it's wrong, just your preference.
I just based on my morality, which is
whatever you picked out of thin air.
Reducing it to just my preferences, I demonstrated that's not what I'm doing. It's just you being lazy and wrong.
I don't see how you're not.
Let's go with it. Let's go with your stupid position that is just my preference. Yes, in my subjective experience, I am more moral than the character, the fictional character of this book that is called
And
God.
Where's your proof that you're more moral? What can you point to that
I would never punish a third party for something that you did, for example. So, Steve, I would never punish your wife over something that you did, for example. So I'm already way ahead in morality compared to your God.
No,
I would never
you just have a
someone
preference to
death.
that. You don't have any truth.
I would never stone someone to death because they committed adultery. I would never stone someone to death because they turned on a light switch on the Sabbath.
Sounds like you're a good Christian.
I wouldn't own I'm better than a Christian. I'm an atheist. Way better than a Christian.
So actually you're just like what do they call it? You're what's that word? You're a non-denominational Christian. You're not sectarian.
No, I'm an atheist.
So
God doesn't exist. God doesn't exist. Jesus was just a scammer magician dude that went around doing tricks and scamming people. He got crucified, died, stayed dead, got buried in a common pit with all the other criminals that they had crucified that day, and that was the end of the story.
Yeah. I still don't see how you can be better Christian when you're for killing babies and human beings.
Because I'm not a Christian. I never advocated for killing babies. You're just a filthy fucking liar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. You're right. You've caught me there. I should no longer say babies. I should just say human beings, because we both agree that they're a human being.
They are human beings, but they're
you would kill human beings to keep up your materialist status.
As long as I don't know where the materialist status comes on in, because materialism cannot be debunked. Everything that exists in the material world. You can't prove otherwise.
I agree.
So
that's
it's
true
not
for you.
To keep materialism. Materialism doesn't need keeping. It keeps itself, because all that there is the material world. That being said, as long as the fetus is inside the womb and it hasn't gone past
the human, not the fetus, the human
fetus.
No, it's a human. We both agreed it was a human.
I have no problem that a woman would be able to abort that fetus for any reason whatsoever. I don't need a justification.
Right. So you've got no problems with women killing their human offspring. Interesting.
Fetuses. Yes, they are
Which is-
inside of her.
Fetus is a human offspring.
Yes, but it's inside. It's attached to her.
It's still a separate human being.
Attached.
Most
her.
babies are still attached to the mother even after birth.
Not
if
necessarily.
you put a baby out in the woods all by itself, what's going to happen?
You can feed a baby with a bottle. With the babies after they're born, they do not it's not a requirement that they have to be with their parents.
Yeah, but someone has to care for them, right?
You refuted us. Yeah, because they can care for themselves, but it doesn't have to be the parent. You just own yourself again.
So right up from conception to until they feed themselves, they're always dependent on someone, aren't they?
It doesn't have to be the mother, you idiot. That was the point.
Yeah, but they're always dependent, aren't they?
Yeah, but you said they're dependent on their mother and just refuted you saying that they're not exclusively dependent on their mother. Someone else can care for them.
Right, they're dependent on another human being.
Yes.
Just like when they're in the womb.
Dependent, when they're in the womb, they're attached to another
and dependent,
human being.
right? Because if you take the mother or any caregiver away from a toddler, they both die, right?
If you separate a born baby from their mother, they don't die. Someone else can care for them.
Right, someone has to step in and be the mother.
I love that you're literally showing how Andrew Wilson literally refutes himself every 2 or 3 sentences or every 2 or 3 arguments. He just refutes himself completely, which is what you're doing right now.
Yeah, okay.
You said that a born baby is dependent on their mother. I just proved that they're not, because someone else can care for them. Shut up.
They're dependent on another human being, right?
Yes, but that means you move the goalpost, because the original claim was they're dependent on their mother.
No, we're just talking about human beings.
And you moving the goalpost because I just proved you wrong. So again.
The human being in the womb is dependent on a human being while it's growing, just as a toddler is dependent on a human being.
Dependent to the point that it is fucking attached to the woman.
If you put the baby out in the woods all by itself, what's going to happen?
The distinction is that when a baby is born, someone else can care for them.
Somebody else has to be the mother.
No one can care for a fetus. You can just take it and transplant it into someone else. So again, you refuted yourself.
So it would still need a mother, wouldn't it?
Doesn't have to be a mother. Doesn't have to be a mother. Doesn't have to even be a human. Have you never heard of the stories of people raised by animals? So it doesn't have to even be a human. So there's an important distinction between someone who's born and someone who's not born.
Well, both of them are dependent, aren't they?
Yeah, but they're very different types of dependence, dummy.
Well, I don't know. Either way, if they have no dependence whatsoever, they die. Both scenarios.
If they have that sentence made no grammatical sense.
Does the human in the womb depend on a human being, and does a toddler depend on a human being to live?
The fetus depends on a very specific human being.
We're talking human beings. We already agreed a fetus is a human being. So we'll just stick with human beings.
The fetus requires a very specific human being to survive, which is the woman that they're attached to.
Why do you always use fetus to dehumanize the human being?
I'm not dehumanizing. I'm just
then let's just call it a human being.
I will use the words I fucking want. And a fetus is a fetus until they're born, that they're a baby.
Is a fetus a human being?
Yes, we've already been through
let's just stick with that, and we'll just call it.
I will say whatever the fuck I want. I will continue to say fetus because I like to speak very clearly.
Sorry, my phone went off. I couldn't hear that last bit.
That I will continue to say fetus because I like to express exactly what I have inside my head.
I think you like to dehumanize the human being.
No, I don't like to do that.
Well, then why don't we just call it a human being?
Because I don't feel like it. You're not going to tell me what words I'm going to fucking use.
I think you don't like using the word human being because that would make you look bad.
And you would be
have
wrong.
A moral problem.
And you would be wrong about that, you dumbass. But again, you don't have a problem with lying to my face.
So then we both agree you have no problems killing human beings.
Said. So yeah, you like you really cannot talk to me about morality when you have been gaslighting me the whole chat.
Well, we both agree that you have no problem killing human beings, right?
As long as they're fetuses, yes.
Yes, as long as you put the sophistry and hide the fact that it's a human being by calling it a fetus and dehumanize.
Have anything else to say? Because you're spiraling the same stupid arguments, which I've debunked more than once.
You do have to understand that my audience, I'm talking to you, but I'm actually also talking to your audience and letting them hear what I say and you say, and I'm letting them judge.
Yes, and they're all laughing at you.
Right, probably because they all think they should get to kill human beings too, for materialist reasons.
Yes, and we should also kick.
So you're the moral side for getting to kill human beings for materialist reasons or selfish reasons.
Do you know what fallacy is that? That's what you're doing is an appeal to emotion. You're just like, oh, look at them. They're so bad. They're killing the fetuses. But please, no, look at them. Like, you're such a dumbass. Yeah, not only you're fallacious, like you're a filthy liar. And say what you want. Say what you want about I might advocate to kill all the fucking fetuses in the world.
Right.
But at least I don't lie, you piece of trash.
Right. You don't use the word human being. You like to use fetus because
because we're talking about fetuses and words have meaning.
And a fetus is what? Of species. It's a human species, right?
Yeah, we've been through this and I never said otherwise.
Right.
But the problem is that when you say human, it encompasses every status of the proposal of being human from conception until death. Because when you die, your corpse doesn't stop being human. So it's a general word that is unspecific and really it's not good for anything when we're talking about very specific stages of human development.
Right. Well, the Nazis say the same thing. They said the Jews weren't properly.
I already spanked you on this, and now you're going back. Do you realize that every 10 minutes you go back to something that I have already?
Yeah, I'm just pointing out your sophistry.
No, you're basically just looking like a complete and utter moron because you're going back to stuff that I have already debunked.
Well, I have no doubt probably to your particular audience, you're probably right.
I am, yes.
Yes. The guys that have no problem killing human beings. Very good. Which are human beings.
Fetuses.
Yes, which are human beings. We agreed that.
Fetuses.
Yeah, human beings in the fetal stage of life.
Yep.
Right.
That's fine. Yeah.
Right.
You know why? And I already gave you the argument, but you're dumb that you forgot.
And what's the reason why again?
I already gave it to you like 3 times.
Let's hear it again.
Yeah, because you're so dumb that you didn't even hear the reason because you were so caught up on saying.
Yeah, I heard your reason. It was material.
On the gotcha. You're so caught up on the gotcha. It's like, yeah, this guy is advocating for killing humans. Like in a lame appeal to emotion. So the argument is that even though we value the life of the fetus, it's just that when compared to the life of a fully functioning, grown, adult female woman, I value that more over just a clump of human cells.
So you get to pick and choose who dies.
She gets to pick and choose.
Oh, okay. And under your system, women get to kill human beings that
fetuses,
they don't desire. Yeah.
Yep.
Human beings, yes.
Yep.
Yes. Interesting. Very moral worldview you have, yeah.
Yes.
It actually doesn't sound like you're for humans. If
Yeah,
you
but
were to,
I mean,
if you were to call
whatever
yourself,
sounds to you, like you have a comprehension problem that is big
no,
from
it
here
sounds to me.
China.
Would you
So
call yourself like a
whatever
humanist?
you understand out of the things that I'm saying, I couldn't care less because you're kind of retarded.
Would you call yourself like on a humanist side?
I am a secular humanist. Yes.
So you're the humanist for the abortion and killing of human beings that are found undesirable. It doesn't sound very humanist.
When those human beings are fetuses, yes, but it's because I value the life of the woman more than a clump of cells.
That doesn't sound humanist. That sounds more individualist and selfish.
That is humanist. Yes, I value a
So
human.
So for you,
woman.
humanism's really not humanism.
value-
It's about individualism. It's not about the human society, which we.
Dude. I have been studying English for literally 30 years. You're not going to win an argument against me doing these stupid semantic games. Okay?
Well, it seems to me you're leaning more towards
That's all you can play.
individualism, not humanity.
No, a humanist, because women are 50% of the population, right? So,
Right.
yes, supporting the rights of women.
Wouldn't most human beings or women be killing 50% of the human babies that would grow up to be women?
No. Do you know what the percentage of abortions is worldwide on average? No, you don't. Just say no, dude.
I don't know. Not off the top.
Okay, you don't know. Okay. Would you like to? We can Google it. But in my country, let me tell you this. In my country, we legalized abortion, but we didn't just say, yeah, it's a free for all. You can kill all the fetuses you want. No. We created a comprehensive set of laws. So when you go to inquire about having an abortion, first you have about a month of psychological evaluation to make sure that it is the decision that you want to do, to clear out any medical doubts, to make sure that that woman wasn't part of abuse or anything like that. And because it's going to be a traumatic experience, they have a month of psychological support before the abortion, a month of psychological support after the abortion, which can be extended. And we also enroll them in a little bit of sexual education classes, as well as providing them with condoms and
which they never used in the first place.
Birth control pills.
Which they never used in the first place.
We provide them with condoms and birth control pills so that we educate people so that they're not back in the same situation of having to get another abortion. So in my country, the counterintuitive thing happened. We legalized abortion, and we have never had less abortions than today. And guess what? Since we passed that law, no woman, the number of women that have died from back alley abortions is zero. We were having one woman die per week.
How many human beings die in all abortions? Every single one of them, right?
I can give you the numbers.
Doesn't every human being that gets aborted die?
Yes.
Oh,
that's the definition of abortion.
Right. Killing human beings, right.
Yeah, but you're not listening. So what I was telling you was that before we passed that law, we were having about one woman per week dying from back alley abortions. We passed the law. Now, the number of abortions per year has come down significantly. And we've had zero women dying from back alley abortions. So how is that bad? Go.
But 100% human beings that were aborted did die.
That doesn't change my point, you stupid fuck.
Right. So it sounds like your humanism is really about selfishness, individualism. I don't know why you call it humanism when it's actually selfishness.
Stupid semantic games are not going to work. You're not going to outword me ever. You're just playing semantic games. Address the topic. How is it that we legalize abortion and now we have less abortions overall per year, and we've had 0 women dying from back alley abortions? Go. How is that bad?
I think all abortions are bad.
I know that, but that wasn't the question. Listen. Why?
I don't understand why you're concerned about back alley abortions.
Yeah.
I mean,
do you want me to explain that to you?
Yeah, because one
Okay.
human being now
When
has more value
abortions
than other
are-
human beings.
Shut up.
So you're doing like the Nazis did, and you're assigning value to human beings.
Hey, this is a class. You're here to learn. So you ask me a question. Now I'll get you educated in the reality of something that you have never considered. So the problem with back alley abortions is that they're usually conducive to either a woman losing her reproductive capabilities or a woman losing their life. So the abortion is going to happen no matter what. Whether abortion is legal or illegal, the woman that is set on not having that baby will not have that baby no matter what.
Well,
so
I mean,
now
then,
we have to
why do we make murder if murder is always going to happen no matter what? Then why do we have laws against murder?
Are you seriously asking me that?
Yeah.
Are you seriously asking me that?
Yeah.
Do you think laws against murder prevent murder, you stupid sack of shit?
Right. So the people
Answer the question, fuckface.
So the people that are going to break.
Answer the question, you stupid fuck.
Right.
Do you think that
why should we bother
laws
having
prevent murder,
why
you
should we have
stupid moron?
Why should we have laws against murder if they're still going to happen?
Answer the question.
Pose it again.
Motherfucker, all night doing the same shit.
When you go on and on, it's hard to keep track. I've got a very short.
No one has like, dude, I do this all day long.
I don't.
All week long.
I don't.
Like, no one has a hard time because I'm very clear. I'm very deliberate in my language. You're just stupid. Like, you're literally dumb.
Granted, I'm stupid.
Yes, you are. You've demonstrated it.
Right. I oppose killing innocent human beings, and you don't.
No, you don't.
I do.
What's your stance on Gaza?
Oh,
there we go. Okay, your concession. Thank you for the concession.
Right, so are you?
You're
opposed?
not against killing fucking humans, you trailer trash.
So and it comes to a self-defense situation, you wouldn't defend yourself?
It's not self-defense, you fuckface.
Well, what's the whole? Who are they defending
themselves
against?
You fuckface.
Who's defending one side from the other?
You're just a hypocrite. You're just a dumb hypocrite.
Okay, so given the opportunity, you would not defend yourself from someone killing you, right?
That is only applicable while that person. Let me put it. Let me describe it to you the way that I would describe it to my niece, who's 5 years old. Self-defense only applies while you're in the process of being attacked. You can't self-defend yourself a week after someone punched you. That is not self-defense. That is revenge, you stupid sack of shit.
Well, what happens if the guy keeps coming after you day after day? And eventually will succeed.
I already, when I gave you the definition of what self-defense, that stupid question that you asked me just now, that was contemplated in how I defined self-defense, you dumbass.
So self-defense is justifiable against somebody constantly trying to kill you, correct?
If while they are attacking you, while the attack is in progress. I know words are hard, and I know you probably dropped out of high school, but I honestly don't know how you're taking here.
If somebody drops a bomb,
like Islam by a filthy foreigner Latino.
So if someone drops a bomb on Uruguay and
your
stops,
own language.
So if someone drops a bomb on Uruguay and does no more, but it kills half the people in Uruguay, you won't go after and retaliate.
That would definitionally not be self-defense. That would actually, you said it yourself, dumbass. That's retaliation, not self-defense. The
So
definition
you wouldn't
of
do that.
self-defense is when people are attacking you while the attack is ongoing. If someone attacks you, the attack ends, and then you go, that is retaliation. That is vengeance. That is dumb. You're completely stupid.
So if they dropped a bomb in Uruguay and killed half of Uruguay and then said next week they're going to do it again, you're only going to attack them after they start dropping another bomb to kill the rest of you. That's an interesting situation.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation because you have to tailor the hypothetical, and that's all you've been doing.
I'm
That's all
testing
you
your logic.
idiots can do. No, you're not. You're not testing my logic. You're just being a moron. Because I already gave you the full argument.
All right, so
everything that you could ask
let's
me
go
about
back to this.
self-defense was
If someone dropped a
contemplated.
bomb in Uruguay and killed half of you, and they stopped right there and they said, we're not going to drop another bomb for a week, you would do nothing, would you? You wouldn't go back and try to stop them from doing it again, would you? You would just say, well, they stopped attacking, so we can't do anything until they drop another bomb on us and kill us completely, right? That's your position?
No. Again, filthy
so
liar. Again, the filthy liar. Filthy lies about me, because I never said that I wouldn't do anything. I just tried to establish the distinction which you establish yourself between self-defense and retribution, revenge, and other stuff. You're just too dumb to understand how words work.
Okay, so in your situation, if someone dropped a bomb in Uruguay and killed everybody, and they said they're not going to do anything for a month, you would have no retribution to stop them from dropping another one in a month.
That is just asinine. Why would I believe what someone who just? Why would I believe someone who just dropped a bomb in my country? Why would I believe what they say?
Well, it's a neighboring
and again,
country.
It wouldn't be self-defense. I don't know if I would necessarily be. I wouldn't go down the personal revenge route. I would hope that the international community would help Uruguay in establishing some kind of
by dropping up bombs on the people that said that they were going to drop a bomb on you.
No. Why are you making shit up?
So what would they do to stop the country that was dropping a bomb on you?
Well, the person that was responsible.
No, it's a country. We'll call it a country. We'll call it a whole group of people.
Yeah, the whole group. Jail.
And what if they don't want to go to jail? What if they all have guns and they shoot back at the rest of the country, trying to protect you from being wiped out?
No, you're literally retarded.
That's what happens in the world all the time.
Every time you have to move the goalpost every time because your hypotheticals are so stupid that they get debunked with a couple of words.
That's how it's been done for thousands of years.
That's not how it's been done for thousands of years. That is false.
Yeah, somebody tries to kill half your country, you go back and attack them to stop them from finishing the job.
So you think that revenge is moral?
That's not revenge. That's stopping.
That is the definition of revenge, you idiot.
Okay, so they drop a bomb on half your country, kill half the Uruguayans, and you say we can't do any revenge, but they've said that next month they're going to do it, and you said no, we can't attack because next month we can't have revenge on that.
A true Andrew Wilson fan. This hypothetical is pointless. Again, it's hyper specific. It's like a given theater play, and he's trying out of a hyper-specific hypothetical, he's trying to make a general argument. You people are retarded. You are dumber than Wilson, and that's why you're a fan of him. Because someone who doesn't realize that they're completely incompetent when it comes to intellectual pursuits, like you. How could you even realize that Andrew is arguing in bad faith, just like you're
How
doing
is
now?
that bad faith? How is
You're
my argument
lying.
bad?
You're lying, dude. You have to
You
lie
just
when
said
you
that if half
report
your
my
country
position.
is wiped out,
You have to lie when you report my position. When you said, "Oh, so you said this." Every time that you have done that today, you've lied. You're lying right now in mute. This is insane. This is insane.
I agree with you.
You're such a moron. I think I missed. Oh yes, I did. It's a Rubik's for $5. Says a fetus isn't guaranteed to become a fully formed baby. It has the potential. Oh shit.
Hey, Rubik's, guess what? You're not guaranteed to be alive tomorrow either. So does that mean we get to kill you?
How does that invalidate the argument, you dumbass? You people are so dumb. It has the potential to become one, but so much can happen in a pregnancy, like miscarriage.
Well, we all have the potential to be alive tomorrow, don't we?
Yes, and it would generally follow that there wouldn't be a reason that you would just die out of the blue.
Yeah, well, it generally follows. Usually always babies end up born. Otherwise, if it didn't generally follow, we wouldn't be here, would we?
That makes no sense.
If
Roger, that
all died, then there would be no humanity.
Roger, that has become a member. Thank you so much. Roger, you can now enjoy some beautiful emojis. Like, what are you laughing at? This is part of being on a YouTube channel that has, monetization. So
well,
when I start talking,
I'm not laughing at that. I'm
yeah, I know you're nervous. You're triggered. It's okay.
No, I'm not triggered.
You're losing
if
the
I was
debate,
triggered,
bro.
I wouldn't be laughing. I'd be screaming and yelling. Most people that get triggered, they yell and scream. They do the ee.
Oh no, I do that all the time. I don't.
I'm not surprised. That does not surprise me at all.
It's called having a personality, right?
I think the only thing you're missing is a blue wig.
Oh, dummy, you know that I get more pussy than you and your father added up, right? You know that, right?
How many cats do you have?
I lost track. I started having sex when I was 14, and it's so much. There's so many that I could never count them all. Yeah. Max V for $2.
Well, I'm going to have to move to Uruguay because the girls are easy there, apparently.
Yeah, but they don't do dumb like you. You in my country would still be a virgin. Because people they're not as stupid as you. They're not religious fundamentalists. So you're the weirdo in my country. Yeah, picture that. Because you idiots are used to being the dominant force. You're not. You're not. It only happens in America. In my country, you're the wackos. And of course, the ladies they go with filthy. The ladies go with filthy degenerates like me, not Puritan dumbasses like you, because the ladies they like it rough, and you can do rough. Max for $2 Singaporean says you need professional help, Steve. I don't know if there's anyone that professional or that good. I cut you off. What were you going to say? What's the birth rate?
Yeah. Well, basically, Uruguay's on a path to extinction at 1.48 TFR.
How many years would that be?
Well, if you kept doing what you're doing in your secularist system, it would eventually be 0.
How many years? Answer the fucking question, you trash.
Well, if long term you all
How
die,
many years? That question is responded with a fucking number.
well, compared to the Mormons, it would die out thousands of years faster.
So you have no idea. And even if it took, let's say, 8 generations, you still have time to address that. So your objection
would
is a
would you-
stupid objection, just
you
like
rape the-
Andrew Wilson. It fails
you-
every time, you dumbass.
Would you enslave the women to stop that?
No.
I figured
agree.
as much.
We
yeah.
already agreed. Yeah. Good. I figured as much. Yeah, I literally told it to you word for word at the beginning of the conversation. You weren't predicting anything, you dumbass.
So no matter what your plan is, you're going to die off. That's I don't know. As far
because
as intelligence,
you know that you can incentivize by something
is true.
other than force, right?
This
You know
is
that
true.
you can give monetary incentives for people to have more kids. You know that
This is
you
true.
can help people get their first house. You can give a basic food package for the first years of life. So it's not that we can't do anything about it. You're just idiots. And this argument that, oh yeah, in 8 generations you will become extinct. You know that 8 generations right now, it's give me 1 second, let me do the math. 8 generations at an average of 80 years. That's 640 years. Do you think that we couldn't turn around the situation in 640 years? That just debunks your argument. You're an idiot.
And why would
And
you
I
do
love
that?
I love that
Why
you're
would
giving
you
me
do that
practice.
when human beings have no
let me
real life?
give
value?
you a good let me give you a compliment. You are actually playing the dumbassery of Andrew Wilson. You're playing it very well. So this is great practice for me, and you're actually letting me know that I would crush Andrew Wilson in a debate the same way that I'm literally crushing you right now.
You know what? I will give this. I now know why Andrew Wilson debates guys like you, because it's just hilarious fun.
Yes, it's hilarious fun for me. It's hilarious fun for me. You're getting crushed, bro. Like, it's not even funny. Like, Witsit would tell you, you are literally losing the debate, bro. It's a Rubik's says for $5. I've already lived longer than I thought I would, so I am fully aware that tomorrow isn't guaranteed. But thanks for the reminder, Rubik's. You know I love you. Ale Vallejo for 50 Mexican pesos says, "Hey Steve, here's a hard reality check for you. Jesus was a filthy progressive socialist. Maybe take time to actually learn his teachings." I agree.
No, he wasn't.
The Ortho Bros, they don't read the Bible. They delegate all their understanding of the Bible, they delegate it to the church. And the Orthodox Church, I don't think they're teaching the Bible too well, because these morons don't know anything about the Bible.
No, because the filthy progressives and socialists would put people in prison for not paying up for their utopia. Jesus wouldn't do that.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking to the guy that made the super chat.
Yeah, no, I know. But what are you saying, dumbass?
I'm saying Jesus wasn't a filthy progressive socialist.
Oh, he was. Yes,
no,
absolutely
because
was.
you guys, or the filthy progressive socialists, would use the government to make everybody do it.
And Christians would not. So Christians,
no, the
Christians did not use their authority to hang people to death, to burn people at the stake, to crucify people. Christians did none of that, right?
I don't see where they're doing that. Where are they doing that?
I said did. I didn't say doing. The dishonesty. Like, you're very good. You're very convincing at being exactly as pedantic and wrong and dumb as
you want to know why my theory of everything changed? Is because it wasn't until the printing press and education was allowed, and we got rid of the king who decided to be the God sort of thing, is when Christians got to read the Bible and understand it themselves.
Wait. You got rid of the king, in an anti-biblical fashion, because the Bible has a doctrine of the validity of kings, right?
Only
so you're
if they're
cherry picking that out of the Bible.
Yeah, but
because
what's the
kings are bad,
conditional?
right?
What's
but
the conditional?
But the Bible says kings
What's
are good.
the conditional?
And I thought you said you didn't
What's
cherry
the
pick
conditional
I
for
thought
keeping
you
the
didn't say,
king?
you don't get to do that on my channel.
What
I thought you said that you didn't cherry pick your beliefs out of the Bible. And here we have a second example of a belief that you are
I'm
cherry
not
picking
cherry
out.
picking. I'm asking
The
you for the
infallibility of
conditional.
kings. Yes.
There's
No.
the conditional.
The Bible says that the king is put there by God. What gave you the right to override the Bible and override God and remove
I
the
think
king?
the kings are the only ones that say that.
The Bible says that.
Well, first of all, the Bible has conditionals. If the king is unjust and unfair and is a filthy atheist progressive socialist, we're not supposed to follow him.
That is the chapter and verse. You are lying again.
No.
Chapter and verse.
No.
Chapter and verse.
No, we don't follow. We don't
Give
follow
me
unjust
the chapter,
laws.
Dumbass. Give me the
very
chapter
specific.
and verse.
You don't
for
follow
the justification
unjust
of what
laws.
you just said, because I am pulling up the verses. Authority of Kings. Authority of Kings. Are you getting me the verse? So Romans 13:1, it instructs believers to be subject to governing authorities as they are ordained by God. So yeah, chapter and verse, or I win again. Roger that for $20 Canadian. My contribution to the Yerba Mate Found. You deserve it after talking to this dryer of the VJJs. Yeah, he thinks he would get the easy girls in Uruguay, dude. They would spit you in the face. You have you would be a dominated man here. Your wife would literally slap you. You have no idea what Uruguayan women are like. You wouldn't stand a chance. What?
I'm reading up on here 1 second.
Oh, you're finding that the claim that let me spoil it for you. You're not going to find it. Dude, I don't know if you haven't noticed yet, but I know the Bible like a filthy fucking Latino foreigner knows the Bible more than you. I would be embarrassed if I were you. I would just dig a hole, roof it, and go into the hole until I knew the Bible from memory, because this is absolutely embarrassing for you.
And what about Daniel 3?
Daniel 3, okay. Daniel 3, okay. Hold on. Verse number?
It just says exceptions under Acts. Let me see here. Actually, it's 3:16-18.
3:16-18. What? I don't. Can you read the verse? Because
it says Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego refused to worship King Nebuchadnezzar's golden statue facing a fiery furnace rather than committing adultery. And so in that instance, they were to defy the king.
I'm sorry. I was laughing because either you're LARPing as a Christian or I have no idea, because you don't even know the names in the Bible. Like, have you ever read the Bible in full? No.
No, I've never read it, but all I need is that one right thing to prove.
Oh, you've never read, and do you?
But
claim
I just,
to be a Christian?
I just proved you wrong. That
no, you didn't. No,
you
you
said
didn't.
we have to follow the king right there. It's right in the Bible. Don't follow the king.
You quoted an unrelated verse. So Shadrach, Meshach.
Wait a minute. How is it?
Abednego
Are you
replied
cherry
to him,
picking the verses now?
no, I'm not.
Well, then
But this is not. This
then
doesn't
look at
say
Daniel
what you
3.
say.
It says that you are right to defy the king.
No, it's not about that, because it doesn't, like, I'll read the verse, because you apparently don't know how to read either.
Okay, read it.
Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego replied to him, King Nebuchadnezzar, we do not need to defend ourselves before you in this matter. If we are thrown into the blazing furnace, the God we serve is able to deliver us from it, and he will deliver us from your majesty's hands. But even if he does not, we want you to know, your majesty, that we will not serve your gods or worship the image of gold you have set up. So
Right,
they're
so
not
defy the
talking
king.
about, they're not talking
So
about,
defy the king.
no, they defy another king. They defy someone who has other gods. They defy Nebuchadnezzar. No, he wasn't a Christian. He was like, he.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Oh my God.
So
Oh my God.
where's your list of kings appointed by God directly then?
Why do I have to provide that? I provided the citation that the authority of kings is supported by the Bible. That's all I need.
But you just said, well, just kings. There's a conditional, just kings. Unjust kings we don't have to support.
No, it doesn't say that.
Yeah,
it doesn't.
That.
It literally
That's what
does
Daniel 3
not
does.
say that. No, because it's not about, like, even if the king is cruel,
Okay, let's go.
It is still put in there by God, dude.
Let's go.
Dude, you should understand
go
by now
Acts
that
5:29.
no way of winning this.
Okay.
Hold on.
Let's read this.
Yes,
Acts
we'll read that. We'll get
5:29.
that in a second. Max, for $2 Singaporean, says, Steve, you've never read your Bible. It's obvious. Yeah, he's scrambling. He just did like a chat GPT search and it failed.
Well, I'm just out to prove you wrong.
It's a Rubik. You have your no. It's a Rubik says for $2, numbers 511 and 231 has an abortion ritual. Yeah, the ritual of the bitter waters. That's why I said that supporting abortion is actually biblical, and these morons, they cannot deal with that at all. Alejandro Vallejo says for 50 Mexican pesos. Steve reminds me, what does Jesus say about poor, wealth, possessions, and rich men? Yeah, progressive socialist. Learn your book.
Yeah, but that's charity.
Wow, you're getting no. It's not charity.
And socialists don't want it done on an individual basis. They want it done mandated.
That is not charity. You're like
in progressive and socialist states. If you don't give what you want, they put you in prison.
That is in all systems, because taxation is the only way that we have.
Yeah, but we're talking just for prison.
It's probing time. 666 Nathan Oakley's daddy for 50 Australian dollars. Thank you so much. Oh my God, this is so much. Thank you. I agree that you've really earned a bonus today, Max. Hard earned, actually. Oh, thank you so much. That is so cool.
I like to see him. He spells earned like I do.
Yeah, okay. $5 Singaporean. What kind of Christian doesn't read the Bible, Steve? You fake piece of shit. Yeah, I agree. Tori Hansel for 100 sex. Wow. That is a lot of sex. Thanks for entertaining us. And your gato. Oh. He's sleeping there. I was going to bring him up, but he'll start attacking me and we'll just go into a debacle forever and ever. Big Fish. The king which he got rid of was also the leader of the Christian faith. Indeed. Yeah, but they forget. The problem is that these people, they literally know nothing. All they have is a few talking points. Like, have you seen how he's been very wonderfully, I might add. At least I have to grant you that it takes a minimum of skill to be as derpy as Andrew Wilson. So I do thank you for the practice, because you did a very convincing Andrew Wilson. The problem is that it just shows that you two are very, very dumb. So you were going to bring up another verse.
Oh yeah, Acts 5:29. When the apostles were ordered to stop preaching, Peter and others responded, "We must obey God rather than human beings." This suggests a clear limit to the obedience when authorities oppose God's commands. So yes, Christians can not follow.
That refers to other human beings. But it.
Wait a minute. Is a king a god or is he a human being?
No, he is a human being. Yes, but he is appointed by God. So that doesn't get you out of
where's this paperwork from God that appointed him?
There's no. What do you mean? God doesn't do paperwork, dummy.
Right. So how do they know he's appointed? Who said he was that king was appointed?
I don't know. Ask your priest. Where does the Bible get the nerve to say that God appointed the king when God doesn't even exist?
Well, all I'm pointing out to you is right there is that clearly in Christianity, you can disobey a king.
No, you haven't shown
Yes.
that. You've shown how it says don't. It said don't worship other humans or some shit like that, but it didn't talk about the king. So when it talks about like that, it's
I don't know
talking
why
about
you're bringing up humans because it's
okay. He's going to go back to 45 minutes to the abortion conversation.
Yes, you picked up
I know,
on that
because you're
quick.
so dumb that you're actually predictable. You stupid. I know. I know. Dude,
so anyway, clearly
so
we can disobey unjust kings that aren't following God.
No, you still haven't shown that. You told me that
I
you
just
shouldn't
did
worship
right there.
people.
When the apostles were ordered to stop preaching, Peter and others responded, "We must obey God rather than human beings. The king is a human being. Ergo, you can disobey the king."
No,
Logic
you cannot disobey the king because
is
it's
the king
immoral.
a human being?
It's immoral.
Is the king a human being?
Yeah. Okay. Yes. We are going to Jim Daniels for $2 says Toon time later, Max. Yes, I am pretty excited to go there. So we're going to wrap it up. I will actually set the forward to MC Toon's channel. Steve, you need to study a whole lot more. You need to
I'm
study
not going to become an apologist. So
you were coming. You came up short. You tried your best. Tried Andrew Wilson's tactics, but they failed. They failed every time. And the same way that you failed, he will fail.
No, his tactics were great because I had to have as much fun as Andrew does. This was hilarious.
Yeah, but you just got like absolutely destroyed.
I really like it. You were hilarious in the way you're arguing.
I know I am hilarious, but you got absolutely destroyed, buddy. That will, the fact that I did it with a smile and my personality, and I said some jokes along the way, that will never undo the embarrassment that will live on this channel forever because this video will never go away.
Well, I'll grant you this. You have enthusiasm in spades.
I have everything.
And the women too, right?
I am fucking Max. That's what you don't know. That's what you don't know. Yes, I am fucking Max. And people love me, and that's why people are here. So, I do want to thank you because I did have fun. You are
this was fun.
Dumb, but it was fun.
This was good. This I'll have to bookmark you because you are fun. And if I'm ever feeling down, you will just lighten my spirits and give me a laugh cures everything. And you're
I
hilarious.
mean, if you can take the fact that I will destroy you every single time that we talk, then yeah, sure. But I don't know. Show this to your friends.
I will.
And get.
Well, I don't have any friends, so there you go.
Yeah, of course you don't. But
I'm not the man.
I don't know. Maybe share it in a public forum and ask people for their opinion on the conversation. Maybe try to get, a wide range of different types of worldviews, and you will see that almost unanimously, you got absolutely wrecked, bro. Not even funny. Like Witty would literally say, "You are."
Is that objectively true?
That is objectively true that you lost the debate. Yes.
But do objective truths exist?
Yes. Water boils at 100 degrees at sea level. That is an objective truth.
Yeah, but we're talking morals, not actual physical facts.
Now you're moving the goalpost again. You started with
well.
are there objective truths? I gave you an objective truth, exactly what you were looking for, and then you move the goalpost, which is all you morons can do. People, we're going to forward you over to MC Tune. And before we do that, make sure to do the social thingies. Like, share, subscribe, send this to a friend, send this to your significant other. Go to the corner, yes, the corner of your street, and you'll subscribe to Yerba Mate Talks. Steve, even though you are kind of dumb, it is fun to talk to dumb people. And I do want to thank you for, coming on.
It was fun. I had a blast. You're hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, let me tell you this. We regularly do. Oh, sorry. Something started playing in my ear and it was driving me nuts. We regularly do after shows.
I don't think it's just what's in your ear that's driving you nuts. But go on.
I don't have an imaginary friend, so on the face of it, I'm saner than you. But okay. We usually do after shows for debate and stuff. So if you want to, discuss debates on MPD or that kind of stuff, we're always open. And
I gotta go. It's past my bedtime. You have a good night, Max.
Yo, take care.
All right, night.
Who goes to bed at 11? All right, sending you over to Doom people. Love you all. Catch you there. Take care. Have a good night.